Chapter 1365. In the living room of the villa. When Kelowna's Shinryu disappeared, the little butterfly monster subconsciously rubbed her eyes and looked at the screen that Boss Luo usually used to peep to observe. She immediately found Long Shurua's figure in the chaotic square. Wow, Sister Long really went over. Boss is so awesome. The little butterfly monster looked at him with admiration. She always thought the boss was awesome. He protected her from the first time she broke out of her cocoon and turned into a butterfly. He made the aunt and the uncle leave with a smile all the time. She didn't understand why Sister Long was so unfriendly to the boss. She even murmured the boss's name when she was sleeping. What a dishonest guy! Her knowledge level became richer after the adult college entrance examination. But her cognition didn't change much since she left the bun shop. Those two kind old people were like the second tree monster who raised her. Their influence would follow her for the rest of her life. She remembered the aunt said that if she liked someone, she should say it out loud. At that time, she told the boss that she liked him loudly, but she seemed to have misunderstood the aunt's meaning. How could the humans be so narrow? They were the ones who created the words and gave the word like tahan-i, like appreciation, admiration, worship, happiness. They were all like. The dictionary clearly explained so many things. But why did it have to be admiration and love? What was love? She didn't know, but she instinctively felt that the boss also liked her when he saw her. Like her. Wasn't it enough to like him? Miss Pianxian, this is the freshly brewed rose honey. Miss Maid brought a cup of sweet drink out of nowhere. Clearly it was just flower tea just now. This was simply like a reward. The butterfly demon, who had no resistance to sweetness and never considered giving up on sweetness, instantly forgot about the true dragon's warning. Without saying anything else, she picked it up and smelled it. So fragrant. Miss Maid suddenly asked, Miss Pianxian, you don't seem to be worried about Sister Long at all. The little butterfly monster thought for a moment and said, because aren't Sister Yu Yi and the boss here watching? Miss Maid chuckled and said, the free experience is to send Miss Long there. But if you do it again, you should be charged. Miss Long, you seem to hate making deals with us. The little butterfly monster opened her mouth and subconsciously looked at the boss. She blurted out, Then can I pay for Sister Long? No, but I don't know if it's enough. My mother only left me that white jade token. Last time it was all ready. Don't worry. Your Sister Long will be fine. Luocho looked at her and said, Also, remember one thing in the future. What? The little butterfly blinked. Luocho said softly, When you can't do something with all your might and you feel sad, or even painful because you can't do it, and you can't find any help, then you will consider asking me to help. Do you remember? The little butterfly monster nodded subconsciously. Yes, I'll remember it. Give her more. Boss Luo smiled and let Mississippi Maid start to eat. The little butterfly monster drank up a cup of rose honey at once. In this short period of time, the little butterfly monster just stuck out her tongue. Then I'll drink one more cup. In the conversation and later smile on the screen, Shinryu had been killing a lot of strange creatures. One against a group, so majestic. Pianxian, this child, is probably watching me nervously, worrying about me. Thinking that the profiteer was still broadcasting his actions, Kelowna Shinryu felt like there was a surveillance camera installed at home, and someone was molesting him through the screen when he was taking a bath. He felt uncomfortable all over. The only thing that made him feel relieved was that the little butterfly monster was still worried about him behind the screen. Prometheus turned into ashes in the hands of Kelowna Shinryu. Even though it had a strong cell growth ability, it couldn't withstand Shinryu's attack. It had only been a short time since she teleported here, and she had already killed more than 20 Prometheus. The true dragon of the godly land, as one of the measurement units of combat power in the subworld that Miss Maid mentioned, could completely ignore this special creature in terms of strength. Due to her extremely fast speed, The Inhumans on the square couldn't see her clearly. No Inhumans would associate this savior with the Eastern Shinryu who had harmed the Inhuman realm several times. Seeing that this mysterious and powerful woman had joined the battle and killed dozens of monsters in an instant, the Inhumans, who were originally scattered, began to organize themselves. In fact, they were caught off guard at the beginning. After all, excluding the tens of thousands of Inhumans who came to block the entrance of the Magician Association, there were many magicians in the association. When the attack happened, many of the magicians were still asleep. Seeing that the magicians of the association began to rush out of the tower in groups, and some reputable Inhumans among the Inhumans began to organize a counterattack, Longshaw felt like she had eaten a mouse. Actually, it didn't matter if she didn't come over. She shook her head and stomped hard on the ground. Then her body shot up to the top of the tower like an arrow. This time, she had rushed over mainly because Hui Yao was in a crisis. To be honest, the life and death of these Inhumans was not something that the true dragon cared about. It would be better to say that it would be better if more of these Inhumans died because of natural and man-made disasters. Perhaps among the few who died, there would be people who would harm Kelowna in the future. On the 200th floor of the Magician Association, the silk threads wrapped around Hui Yao, or rather, Hui Yao's spiritual projection, tightly. It made it difficult for him to even wave his magic wand. The Thunder Tower Master looked at it. There was not much joy on his face. Instead, he said slowly, "Once your spiritual projection is damaged, it will cause irreparable damage. Hui Yao, your goal is the ultimate magic, right? But once your spiritual projection is damaged, it's equivalent to your soul being damaged. This is obviously not a good thing for your ultimate goal. I know what I'm doing. You don't have to worry about it, Mr. Yaris." The Tower Master forced a smile at this time. At the same time, he tried to break free from these silk threads. However, it seemed that there was no effect. A pure spiritual projection can't break free from these silk threads. The Thunder Tower Master said calmly, "These threads are specially made. They can continuously absorb the target's mana. The more you struggle, the more powerful the mana you feed back to me. You're a spiritual body. This will only increase the amount of magic I get." "I see. Mr. Yaris, is this the reason why you regained your power?" Hui Yao was stunned. "These things, I'm afraid they won't stop until they have completely absorbed the target's power, right?" The Thunder Tower Master smiled and said, "Just as you thought, after you crippled my magic power, I crawled back from hell step by step. So far, I don't know how many I've captured. This is all thanks to the free magician license system you set, Hui Yao." He suddenly asked, "What's the purpose of your return this time?" The Thunder Tower Master smiled in a relaxed manner. He opened his arms and said, "Hui Yao, how about coming back to my sect again? During the internal strife in the association, I didn't even hold a grudge against you. On the contrary, I even felt an unprecedented happiness. I never thought that the dull little boy under my sect would actually grow to surpass me one day. You're like a treasure. I've started to see too many possibilities in you. So, come back to my side and explore the ultimate of magic with me. I'll open the door to a new world for you. I'll let you know that other than the you in this world, there are many different versions of you. There are many different versions of you with different life trajectories. You'll enter the truly vast and boundless world from this narrow box." It seems that Mr. Yaris has had some enviable adventures all these years. The Tower Master of the Radiance Pagoda suddenly gave up on struggling against the restraints of the threads. His entire mental projection relaxed. "If possible, I really wish to sit down quietly with Mr. Yaris and discuss all kinds of difficult problems." "Oh, it seems that you still don't intend to enter my embrace, child." The Thunder Tower Master. Yaris suddenly sighed and said with a face full of pity, "Hui Yao, opportunities don't wait for people. I'm not used to giving people too many opportunities." The silk threads wrapped around the spiritual projection suddenly contracted more intensely. as if they wanted to completely cut the spiritual projection apart. However, the Tower Master's expression became more and more solemn. A ray of light burst out from within. You intend to detonate the spiritual projection? Yaris suddenly felt that something was wrong. He also felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Did this protective puppet really not care about the damage to his soul? Just as the spiritual projection's radiance reached its peak, the silk threads wrapped around the spiritual projection suddenly loosened. Yari's pupils contracted slightly. He saw a guy who shouldn't have appeared here, a guy who had looked at him as if he was looking at a passerby on the street. He had never taken him seriously. It was just like the look in his eyes back then. After more than 100 years, there was still no change. Oh, Yaris, long time no see. So many years have passed, but it seems like your memory hasn't improved? Teacher? The light burst out from the spiritual projection suddenly stopped. Hui Yao looked at the valiant figure in front of him in astonishment. Why are you? Kelowna's Shinryu didn't turn around at this time. If you have anything to say it after we get rid of this old bastard. I was wondering why you were so weak. So it's because your soul has left your body? Are you really not afraid of death? Teacher, this is called spiritual projection. Hui Yao subconsciously corrected him. Kelowna's Shinryu said, Who cares what it's called? It's almost the same thing anyway. I'm not in the mood to talk about these details with a little brat like you. I just want to beat someone up now. I've been in a bad mood since just now. No matter what, it was good that he didn't have to self-destruct his spiritual projection. Even if he had the means to reduce the damage to his soul by self-destructing his spiritual projection, it was not without a price. It was better to save as much as possible. Once again, he stabilized his spiritual projection. After breaking free from the silk thread, the owner of the Radiance Tower waved his wand directly. At the highest point of the Magician Association's headquarters, a huge stone bead suddenly broke open. Following that, water-like rays of light flowed out from the stone bead. In just a moment, the light completely covered the entire Magician Association's tower. This is a means to defend against external attacks. But now it can also be used to limit the spread of internal damage to the outside. The owner of the Radiance Tower said seriously, Teacher, if you don't mind, please make a big scene. Kelowna's Shinryu showed a bright smile on his face. He cracked his knuckles and said, You know me so well. You're so much better than a certain profiteer. Then I won't hold back. After saying that, he waved his fist. Seeing this, Yaris hurriedly crossed his hands, and layers upon layers of translucent, crystal-like shields stacked in front of him. In a flash, 10 layers had been stacked. For a magician, this was a defensive magic shield that was completely within the realm of high-level magic. Spell engraving, as expected of Mr. Yaris. The owner of the Radiance Tower couldn't help but marvel at this. This was a method that used the least amount of magic power to stack up a few high-level defensive magic spells. Moreover, it was faster and more suitable for use in actual combat. But it's like a piece of paper. However, under the fist of Kelowna's Shinryu, these 10 stacked shields, from the first one to the last one, were shattered even faster than when they were stacked. Yaris, who was a genius in spell engraving that even the owner of the Radiance Tower felt inferior to, did not have enough reaction speed to deal with Kelowna's Shinryu, who could be used as a mobile cannon from afar and could hold his own at close range. The fist directly landed on Yaris's face, the face of the Thunder Tower owner. Yaris's face instantly twisted into a spiral pattern. After withstanding the force of the impact, his body directly crashed into the wall behind him. Boom! 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 With one punch, Yaris was directly hit by Kelowna's Shinryu and broke through all the walls of the Magician Association's tower from the other side. He directly crashed into the barrier on the other side. Awesome. Just one word. It was like eating a ginseng fruit. At this time, Kelowna's Shinryu had temporarily forgotten the appearance of a certain profiteer from his mind. He only wanted to have a carefree and unrestrained battle. The office of the Thunder Tower owner had been directly destroyed. The 200th floor of the Magician Association had also been directly destroyed. Regarding this, the owner of the Radiance Tower, who was already regretting his words just now, reluctantly smiled. As expected of Teacher, it seemed that after this he would have to develop a few more products to sell at this time. In front of the barrier on the other side, Yari's, who had crashed here, did not fall down. His body, or rather, the body of the Thunder Tower owner, twitched for a while, and his sunken face slowly recovered, like a balloon. After that, in the 200th floor of the Magician Association that had been destroyed, he looked at Kelowna's Shinryu and loosened the muscles on his neck. As expected of the Shinryu of the East. After so many years, the power of your fist has not weakened at all. Yo, you're quite tough. Long Shirwa sneered and walked slowly on the ruins of the 200th floor. You haven't finished warming up. Don't be too weak. Yari suddenly said coldly, You're still as strong as before. In other words, you don't seem to have improved in all these years. In other words, your power has been fixed from the beginning, and there is no possibility of growth. Long Shirwa looked sideways and sized up Yari's. Actually, he had been lenient with his previous punch. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the body of the Thunder Tower owner, he would have been more violent. Actually, you shouldn't have left the land of the East. Yari's chuckled. Although I haven't found a way to kill Shinryu in Kelowna's land, I already have a plan outside of Kelowna. The Tower Master of the Radiance Tower suddenly had an ominous premonition when he saw the look in Yari's eyes. The sky was gloomy, but the weather in the inhuman domain should be under the control of the system he had built. Suddenly, a huge fissure appeared in the sky above the headquarters of the Magician Association in the inhuman domain. Chapter 1366. Everything felt like a dream. For the third lady of the Zhong family, ever since she became a vampire, the rest of her life was like a dream. Why, Elizabeth, let's go back. Those people should be fine. She was still trying to persuade the little vampire girl. Why, Elizabeth, who was the only person she could rely on at the moment, who was not very reliable. After the Golden Dragon's attack and the clan castle was destroyed, she and Wai Elizabeth stayed in the farm together with most of the vampires of the Torado clan and settled down temporarily. After dinner, the little vampire girl, who was worried too much about Luaccio who fell into the Lost Rift, decided to return. Of course, with her excellent telepathy, it was not difficult for her to avoid the patrols of the clan. You've been here for more than an hour. Looking at the little vampire girl who looked like she would be blown away by the wind at any time, but still insisted on waiting at the edge of the cliff, Zhong Luiwe felt a little heartache. Although she saw her relationship with Wai Elizabeth as an investment, it was obvious that in the process of investing, she had to put her heart and soul into it to make this relationship real and have something to rely on to feel it. I'm fine. The little vampire girl shook her head and forced a smile. After all, I'm still a vampire. I won't catch a cold. It was almost a joke, but Zhong Luiwe still smiled and put her hands on Wai Elizabeth's shoulders. The little vampire girl's height was just up to her chest. Of course, she was a tall person. Instead of saying that she was her guide on the path to becoming an inhuman, she was more like a little sister. The three heroes of the Zhong family, 2 dragons and 1 phoenix. For Zhong Luiwe, having a little sister was something that she could not imagine. In the aristocratic families, there were many people who would call themselves little sisters, but there were only a few who were worth investing in. Speaking of which, do you know about the Lost Rift, Wai Elizabeth? Zhong Luiwe suddenly asked. Actually, she just wanted to ease the atmosphere. I'm not sure. Elizabeth shook her head. I spend most of my time in the modern world. I entered the inhuman domain several times, but I only stayed for a short period of time. Do you know anything? Zhong Luiwe smiled and said, I don't know much. In fact, I just inquired about it from the people in Toraidu. After all, I'm good at interpersonal relationships." "What did they say?" Elizabeth asked hurriedly. Apparently, she was not interested in Joan Loyua's social skills. "I don't know the details, but it seems that the Torito clan once attacked the bottom of the crack about 60 years ago, but it seems that they suffered heavy losses at that time. After that, the matter of this rift became a topic that the vampires in the clan avoided to talk about. I want to sense it again." Hearing this, Elizabeth took a deep breath and extended her mind to the bottom of the crack. Seeing this, the third young mistress of the Joan family could only help this vampire girl keep a lookout for her surroundings. Even so, she did not think that she could handle any clan's vampires or other dangers. But she told herself that this was what she needed to do. "There seems to be a person there." Unexpectedly, the little girl suddenly opened her eyes and pointed at the crack. But it was dark below, and Joan Loyua could not see anything at all. "It's below, very close, blocked by a stone. It's a platform that can accommodate several people," Elizabeth said, and suddenly opened the small wings behind her back. She carried Joan Loyua and flew toward the direction she pointed at. It was about 20 meters away from the edge of the cliff, where there was a big rock blocking the way. There was no accident in the process, and they easily stepped on the hidden stone platform. Then they saw a golden-haired young man in a white robe. His eyes were closed, and he was holding a long magic wand in his hand. He was standing straight and motionless. This person, what's wrong with him? The third daughter of the Joan family could not help but ask. She carefully approached, when a huge crack appeared in the sky above the Magicians' Association headquarters. The area within a radius of dozens of kilometers began to shake. First, it was the ground. Then, it seemed like the air became unstable. The non-humans and the magicians of the association who were sniping the strange creatures subconsciously observed the huge crack. It was pitch black, and it looked like a giant mouth that was going to swallow everything, causing people to feel fear. After that, a figure began to step out from the crack. After the first figure appeared, several more figures stepped out from the crack, one after another. Finally, when the seventh figure appeared, it seemed that no one would come out from the crack anymore. Long Shirwa frowned. The people in front of her were all wearing silver-gray robes, and their faces were all wearing white masks with black patterns. However, the patterns on the masks were all different. Shinryu, who did not feel anything about these patterns, only tilted his head and looked at them. However, after the master of the Radiance Tower saw them, he seemed to have thought of something. He could not help but whisper, "The moon, the grim reaper, the hanged man, the hermit, the lover, the emperor, the star, the tarot?" Hearing Hui Yao's voice, Long Shirwa turned around and frowned. "Little brat, where did these people come from?" The master of the Radiance Tower looked at Yaris, who was occupying the body of the master of the Thunder Tower, and said seriously, "About a few hundred years ago, there was a rumor that there was a secret place in the modern world. It was similar to an association. It had 26 powerful seats, and they were named after the big arcana and little arcana of the tarot cards. This association is very secretive, but at the same time, it reaches out to various fields in the dark. The true intention of this association is very difficult to define, but its name has been circulating for some time. The Michael Club, the name of this association. The Michael Club." Long Shirwa frowned. "So it's this group of people." Speaking of the Michael Club, Shinryu of Kelowna was not completely ignorant. During the Dragon Vein incident last year, the orphan of the Shangyu family who was expelled from Kelowna was inextricably linked to the Michael Club. However, that guy was now trapped in the spirit vein that had returned to its original state and was thinking about life. Before Long Shirwa went to Mount Tai, she would occasionally visit him and learn about the Michael Club from that guy. In fact, because Kelowna had the Shinryu, other than the border areas of Kelowna, there were some people who were secretly operating in the dark. Basically, groups with a little bit of influence would categorize Kelowna as a forbidden area. Of course, Purely activities between human countries were not included in this category. Of course, this was only a rule between inhumans or transcendents. The activities of human countries were not regulated by these unspoken rules for the time being. Otherwise, given the style of some foreign countries who often courted death by secretly operating in Kelowna with ships, aircrafts, and other tools, the Shinryu would probably have swept the entire world over and over again. Among the groups that followed the rules, there was obviously this secret association, the Michael Club. However, if Long Shirwa were to say that these people were really so stable, it was even less likely to be believable than a certain treacherous merchant group suddenly shutting down all transactions and saying that they were going to live in seclusion with her. Therefore, she was not at all surprised that these groups were secretly researching how to deal with her. On the contrary, it was strange that they were not researching, so this Yari's guy seems to have been in cahoots with the Michael Club for a long time. Looking at the slowly descending 7 out of the 26 seats, the Shinryu of Kelowna tilted his head, although he did not have the land of Kelowna, which was an infinite power bank under his feet. His current battery was about 91%. Not afraid. This question was quickly answered, because Yaris, who was currently occupying the body of the Thunder Tower Master, chuckled lightly and slowly took out a white mask with black stripes on it, putting it on his face. This is the picture of the magician from the Great Arcana card. The Radiance Tower Master suddenly became astonished. After being astonished, he said, "So that's how it is. Mr. Yaris, it seems that you or your association have been plotting this attack on the association for a long time?" No. The magician Yaris shook his head. "You should know my personality. Although the plot has always been there, this action was just a spur of the moment. After all, I am a person who will not hesitate to seize the opportunity when I see it. I rather hate constant scheming, because too many schemes will eventually fail due to inexplicable changes. I feel that this opportunity is very good. After all, I have successfully occupied the body of the Thunder Tower. Of course, if this Shinryu did not appear, the results of this opportunity would have been maximized. This proves that when you went out today, you definitely did not look at the almanac." Long Shirwa sneered. "Speaking of which, I also have a debt that I did not settle with you last year. It just so happens that today we will settle it together." At this moment, the entire Magician Association's tower began to shake along with the increase in the power of the Shinryu of Kelowna. Seeing this, the Radiance Tower Master could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He opened his mouth, but in the end he swallowed it back down. "Make a big fuss." He was the one who said it. At this moment, the continuously increasing power of the Shinryu of Kelowna made the Inhumans and magicians at the bottom of the tower all become frightened. The gravel on the ground was like a drizzle that flowed backwards, continuously flowing into the sky. They were not creatures of Kelowna, so from the bottom of their hearts, they could not feel respect for this ancient belief. But from the bottom of their hearts, they could feel fear. The magician, at this moment, one of the 7 seats that descended from the crack, the one that represented the Emperor of the Big Arcana card, suddenly said in a deep voice, "The magician, you did not mention that we would encounter the Kelowna of Shinryu in this action." The magician Yaris said irresponsibly, "Because I did not know beforehand, naturally there was no need to report. But since you all have descended, you don't plan on going back like this, right? I don't care. If you all want to leave, I will definitely leave too. After all, I am the only one left. No matter what, I will not be able to deal with this troublesome Shinryu." "What plan do you have?" The magician, another lover of the Big Arcana card, suddenly asked in a low voice. "The operating system of the Inhuman territory has reached its limit in the past few years. The unstable situation in the territory has been increasing." The magician Yaris quickly said, "According to my calculations, the system of the Radiance is already unable to cope with the increasing number of Inhumans in the territory. Do you still remember how we thought when we were researching how to deal with the Shinryu?" "You mean?" The star of the Big Arcana card suddenly lowered his voice. Everyone knew that the dragon god could not be killed, but it seemed that this was only within the borders of Kelowna. Because of this, Kelowna had a transcendent status in the world of the Inhumans. Even though there had been many invasions between countries, the Inhumans had never dared to set foot in it. The Shinryu of Kelowna could not be killed within Kelowna because they could not cut off the continuous supply of power to the Shinryu from the land of Kelowna. But once the Shinryu left Kelowna, it was equivalent to losing this support. Even though the Shinryu who had lost its support was still one of the strongest forces in the world, but it was no longer an immortal body. Once the explosion of power reached the critical point of the world space, it might be a way to kill the Shinryu of Kelowna, who had lost its support. Even if the Shinryu of Kelowna would be reborn within the borders of Kelowna after his death, it would be decades or even centuries later. This amount of time was enough for many things to be done. How about it? I don't have much time to consider. The magician Yaris raised his voice. It wasn't that he wanted to force the others to make a decision, but if they couldn't work together, not to mention killing the Shinryu, even dealing with the current longshaw would be extremely difficult. Killing the Shinryu, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The unstable in human space and the Shinryu who had left Kelowna seemed to have come together because of this choice. Facing the magician's crazy suggestion, the 7 of them were obviously moved. Kelowna had always been an area that the club couldn't reach. If the club couldn't reach the borders of Kelowna, then the club would never be able to do what it needed to do. Finally, the silent member of the big, a canna card with a tag, the Hanged Man, suddenly opened his mouth. The true dragon of the East. As his voice fell, Longshaw snorted coldly and raised her head. Don't use such a half-dead tone. Also, don't bother with the introductions. If you want to fight, just fight. I'm sorry to offend you here. The Shinryu of the East. The Hanged Man surprised Yaris. The attack on the Magicians' Association this time wasn't an action of the club. It was a private action of the magician. We won't be providing any support to the magician for the time being. This will be a personal matter between you all. What? What did you say? Longshaw couldn't help but be startled. Yaris was also silent. He seemed to have fallen into some sort of sluggish state because of the Hanged Man's words. However, after saying this, the Hanged Man took the lead and returned to the crack, disappearing without a trace. He didn't say anything else, and it was so straightforward that people couldn't make heads or tails of it. After that, the other 6 chiefs also rushed into the crack without saying a word. But in an instant, the torn sky returned to its original state, as if it had never happened. Zhan, the real dragon of the godly land, was dumbfounded by what he saw. What were these guys here for to sightsee in a group? Why did we leave? Even though the magician's suggestion is extreme, it's also very feasible. If we can detonate the inhuman territory, even if the Shinryu of Kelowna can survive, he would still be severely injured. Even though it's a pity to detonate the inhuman territory, it's still worth it. On the other side of the crack was a pitch-black forest. The Hanged Man looked at the crack that was gradually disappearing and said in a low voice, "This is the Fool's decision. I'm just carrying out his decision. Of course, you can also choose to go back and help the magician. In fact, the Fool didn't require you to agree to this decision." The Fool? The Emperor was stunned. But in the previous discussion, the one who agreed to help the magician was also the Fool. Why? I think it's because he received an instant message from the sun. I don't know what exactly they talked about. The sun. Gong's son. The lover was deep in thought. The crack that connected this place to the Magicians' Association headquarters finally disappeared. Chapter 1367. Modern World. South of Italy, near Naples, outside the ruins of the ancient city of Pompeii. The coordinates representing the inhuman domain slowly disappeared, and 2 figures walked out of the coordinates, Kaloya and the mithril tower master of the secret arts tower. They seemed to be chatting. Speaking of which, I haven't been here for almost 80 years. Kaloya made a gesture of looking into the distance. It's been so long. By the way, do you really send people here to maintain the seal every year? The Mithril Tower Master said indifferently, I come here once a year. Kaloya couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Then he laughed and patted the Mithril Tower Master's shoulder. Then let's go. I hope that Bailey's sixth sense is wrong. I really don't want to find any so-called clues here. Of course, I don't mind if there is. The Mithril Tower Master didn't say anything but nodded. The seals were stacked on top of each other, completely sealing the original battlefield under the ancient city. And to reach the battlefield, they needed to open the seals one by one. It would not be an easy job. They quietly walked into the ancient city. Since the ancient city was excavated, it had become a famous tourist attraction, but it was only in the first few years. Now, there were fewer and fewer tourists who were willing to explore the ancient city. Soon after, they disappeared at the entrance of a small tower in human domain at the end of the Tower of the Magician Association. Shinryu of Kelowna, who was caught off guard by the sudden departure of the 7 seats of the Michael Club, opened his mouth. He wanted to go through the crack to find trouble, if it wasn't for Yari's, who had the highest priority. I told you, you didn't look at the almanac when you went out today. Shinryu of Kelowna mocked at this time. Look, even your companions don't seem to want to help you, a pig teammate, and leave you alone to die. Shinryu kept cracking his fingers. At this time, he looked more like the villain. Don't you care about Lei Ting's life? Hui Yao. Facing this situation where he was left behind, Yari's wasn't angry at all. Instead, he was rather calm. Just as he said, all 7 seats were here. Including him, all 8 seats would have to work together and detonate there in human domain to kill Shinryu, who had lost all support. But if they couldn't work together, then dealing with Shinryu alone would be a hellish task. Yari's prepared to leave this place. The 7 chiefs had already left, and as he had said, he would not stay behind to deal with it alone. However, Long Shirua clearly didn't intend to give the former first Tower Master any chance to escape. Her figure flashed, and Kelowna, who was used to being straightforward, threw a punch at Long Shirua. I'm not familiar with that old man. That's why I didn't care. When her fist landed on Yari's face again, he heard Long Shirua's tone that sounded more like a villain's tone. With this punch, let alone a magician like Magician, even an agile warrior like Werewolf would not be able to dodge it easily. Even someone like Kaloya would have to take it head-on. The Thunder Tower Master's body was blasted away like a cannonball, and he crashed into the high tower of the association. After crashing through the high tower, his momentum didn't weaken much. In the end, he fell into the square below. The square was shattered, and a huge dust storm rose to half the height of the high tower. Seeing this, the expression on the Tower Master's face changed slightly. However, Long Shirua didn't have the time to look at the subtle expression on the Tower Master's face. Before the dust storm dissipated, she had already rushed to the ground. No one could see what happened in the dust storm. The only thing they could do was to listen to the violent roars and the tremors on the ground. The Tower Master couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. Then he waved his wand. In front of him, a cocoon of light that was as tall as 2 people slowly appeared. When the cocoon of light broke open, the people who appeared in front of the Tower Master were Scarlet Flame and another Tower Master who were locked up in the small black room earlier. Damn old bastard. You made me enter the small black room too. Don't even think about getting on my bed for a year. Get lost. Bucket waist carrot leg. I must have been blind to get on your bed back then. Cough, cough, both of you. Let's put this topic aside first. The Tower Master coughed lightly and interrupted the quarreling Tower Master and his wife in the small black room. The Tower Master of the Crimson Blaze Tower first frowned, then looked around. When he saw the current situation, he suddenly opened his mouth, and then his whole body seemed to tremble when he saw the golden figure in the churning dust. Shinryu from the east. The Scarlet Flame Tower Master roared, "Shameless thief! Compensate me for my golden apple!" "Get lost. You're still holding a grudge for a few yuan per kilogram of junk. I've never seen such a stingy guy. Stingy man's size is short." In the process of beating up Yaris, Long Shirua didn't forget to turn around and roar. She then punched out. The fist energy violently rushed over the Scarlet Flame Tower Master's head and exploded a part of the high tower. The Tower Master's brows twitched. As for the Scarlet Flame Tower Master, his hair was standing straight from the wind of the fist. At this moment, the Scarlet Flame Tower Master suddenly shivered. He saw his wife staring at him with a dumbstruck expression and suddenly became quiet. I killed this evil dragon." Boom! Another fist wind blew over, and the Scarlet Flame Tower Master's straight hair instantly tilted to the left. His fingers trembled. I killed. Boom! At this moment, there was another gap in the high tower behind him, like a cucumber that was bitten a few times. The Scarlet Flame Tower Master suddenly blew his beard and glared. Today's weather is really good. The clouds and wind were light. The air became quiet again. At this moment, the Tower Master coughed and broke the silence. "Hui Yao? What exactly happened here?" "Why, cough, cough." The Tower Master said sternly, "It's like this. Yari's attacked, and now he's occupied Lei Ting's body." Hui Yao briefly explained what happened and then hurriedly said, "I'm now in a projection state, so I can't take care of everything. Yari's is very cunning. I hope you, especially Scarlet Flame, can focus on your personal matters first." The Scarlet Flame Tower Master said with a bitter expression, "This evil Shinryu is enough. What else do you need us to do?" Hui Yao said solemnly, "Let Yari's escape during the chaos. My old Kelowna's Shinryu may not be able to guard against Yari's escape." "All right," the Scarlet Flame Tower Master snorted coldly. "I'll do it for your sake." After saying that, the Scarlet Flame Tower Master immediately put his palms together, and the various tactic matrices that were engraved in his body flickered nonstop. The temperature in the air began to rise instantly, and in just a moment, a layer of raging flames directly attached to the surface of the barrier released by the high tower. On the other side, the Tower Master of the Arctic Tower also waved his wand, and dense snowflakes began to fall around the high tower, completing a kind of arrangement. At this moment, the three Tower Masters began to observe the situation of the battle, or rather, this was a one-sided beating. The dust that was stirred up gradually dispersed, and on the square of the association, the Inhumans and magicians were lying everywhere, and they were seeing stars. It was obvious that they were unable to get up due to the impact of the Shinryu's leaked power. "It seems like it's over," Hui Yao muttered. Hui Yao muttered to himself as he looked at the level of destruction around him. He thought to himself that this was still acceptable. At this moment, in a big pit in the square, Kelowna's Shinryu lifted the Thunder Tower Master up by his collar. The Thunder Tower Master's body seemed to have lost the support of his skeleton, and he hung down limply. Hui Yao descended forward, and his projection disappeared before he reappeared next to Long Shu. It was as though he had teleported. He whispered, "Master." "Don't worry, he's not dead." Long Shirua waved her hand, and then she said in a strange tone, "But I don't know why, but as I beat him up, I keep feeling that something is not right." Upon hearing that, Hui Yao frowned subconsciously before he looked at the Thunder Tower Master. He saw the other party, opening his eyes with great difficulty. His lips moved slightly, and his voice was barely discernible. "Tower Master, be careful. Yari's is back. He's really Thunder." Long Shirua blinked her eyes. She loosened her grip on the Thunder Tower Master, and the Thunder Tower Master fell to the ground. Hui Yao quickly went forward to check on him. Although the Thunder Tower Master's aura was weak, he could still be saved. He was relieved. "I was wondering why it felt wrong. Long Shura frowned, and then she tilted her head. She extended her finger, and a ray of golden light shot out from the tip of her finger. The golden light directly pierced through a tilted stone slab and hit a piece of wriggling meat behind the stone slab. The meat was vaporized immediately. Upon seeing that, Kelowna's Shinryu frowned. That guy's aura disappeared again. Master, be careful. Yari's is very good at spiritual magic. He might have moved away. Hui Yao stood up again. Long Shirua closed her eyes and began to sense Yari's presence with her powerful intuition. In the darkness of her eyes, the light that represented Yari's aura suddenly lit up. Just when she thought that she had locked onto Yari's, another light spot lit up. Then dozens, hundreds. Even the light spots that represented Yari's lit up at the same time. Long Shirua suddenly opened her eyes. She saw that there were a lot of small pieces of meat around her. They were wriggling like worms. Those chunks of flesh were the body parts that fell from Prometheus when Inhumans and Magus retaliated and slaughtered them. He split his consciousness. Long Shirua frowned. There were too many pieces of meat that fell from Prometheus. It was obviously unrealistic to destroy them one by one. What a cunning old fox. Kid, why don't I burn this place down? The Tower Master could not help but smile bitterly. If someone burned down your house, would you be happy? I'm just saying, don't take it seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, the pieces of meat suddenly jumped from the ground and stuck to Long Shirua and Hui Yao. However, before these pieces of meat could get close to Shinryu, they were directly destroyed by Shinryu's power. Hui Yao also had a defensive shield around him, so it was not a big deal. However, they were too annoying. It was as if they had fallen into an ant's nest and were being stared at by thousands of ants. Hui Yao! At this moment, the Tower Master of the Crimson Blaze Tower in the sky shouted, "To your left!" The Tower Master of the Radiance Tower and Shinryu looked over at the same time and were shocked. In the square, the Inhumans and the magicians of the association fell to the ground one after another. They were tied up by something and were struggling helplessly at this moment. Not only that, the cell tissues that Yari's consciousness was attached to began to climb up the bodies of these Inhumans. The cell tissues began to drill into their bodies and then grew wildly in their bodies. After a shrill scream, the body of one of the Inhumans exploded, leaving behind only a piece of biological tissue that had the blood vessels of a human body and was bloating like a sapling. It began to expand wildly. The wriggling cell tissues in the surroundings began to gather crazily toward this tree of flesh. They climbed on top of it and kept fusing with it. In just a few moments, this thing had grown to a height of 30 meters. Its skin had become sturdy, and its trunk had absorbed a large number of non-humans and magicians. At this moment, Long Shirua suddenly waved her hand and directly cut off a thin strand in the air that was quietly extending toward her. Seeing this, Hui Yao understood everything. Oh no, not only is Yari's consciousness attached to this monster, but he's also using the Inhumans here as the source of his power. If this monster is allowed to continue growing, I'm afraid all the Inhumans and magicians who are absorbed by it will die because their power will be sucked dry. But if we attack it, we'll hurt them. Faced with such a situation, Long Shirua obviously could not say anything like burning everything with fire. Lin Sanju stomped on a stone under her feet in annoyance. It was not difficult for her to destroy this strange tree. The difficult part was to reduce it to ashes in one blow and to ensure that the Inhumans and magicians who were absorbed by it were unharmed. It was impossible. If she did not destroy all the cells of this thing, it would only grow back again. Those guys from the Michael Club really created something bad. She could not help but think of the Second Research Institute in the Kelowna administration, which was also a department that liked to research this kind of biological thing. If this Second Research Institute also researched this disgusting thing one day, she would definitely beat them to death. I originally planned to temporarily retreat, but make your choice, Hui Yao. Yaris's voice sounded from all around. Will you destroy me regardless of the lives of these thousands of Inhumans and magicians, or will you accept my invitation and become one of my people? At this moment, not only had it absorbed thousands of Inhumans and magicians, but the huge tree of flesh had also climbed up the Union's tower and wrapped itself around the tower. The branches that extended from the tree had even drilled into the tower. Not good. Yaris's target is the core of the spell system at the bottom of the tower. The expression of the owner of the Tower of Radiance suddenly changed. What's that? He looked at his teacher, the Shinryu of Kelowna, and said with a serious expression, the device that maintains the stability of this inhuman territory. You can think of it as the core of the spell formation in Kelowna. You're saying that this old fox intends to seize the core of the spell formation? Long Shirwa was slightly shocked. Teacher, I'll leave these Inhumans and magicians to you. I want to enter the core of the core now. Wait, little Hui Yao. Come back. However, the owner of the Radiance Tower had already disappeared. Looking at the air in front of him and the thousands of Inhumans and magicians that had been absorbed, the Shinryu of Kelowna couldn't help but grit his teeth. Why should I save these foreign barbarians? Although he said that, looking at the structure of this tree of flesh, even the Shinryu of Kelowna was at his wit's end. Why not burn them all down? At the cliff of the Toraidu clan, step by step, the third young lady of the Zhong family approached the golden-haired young man who was standing quietly with his eyes closed. When she was about to reach him, she couldn't help but frown. She thought for a moment, then took out a dagger for self-defense. She didn't pull it out, but just used the sheathed dagger to stab at the young man's body. Just as the dagger was about to pierce the young man's shoulder, Elizabeth suddenly grabbed Zhong Liyue's wrist. Wait, you. What's wrong? Is there danger? The third young lady couldn't help but be surprised. The vampire girl hurriedly said, My grandpa said that if you encounter a living person who isn't moving and you don't know what's going on, you mustn't touch him. Why? The little girl thought for a moment and said, Grandpa said, if you don't touch him, you will be able to reach the end. Why are there so many problems? That's what he said. I'm not very clear about it either. The third young lady couldn't help but be confused, but she still put away the dagger for self-defense. ######PS1 rescued a sect leader, Buji. Also, yesterday there was a half-mo follower of June MO, serve T cute. PS2, last time it was 22. Now it's 22 plus 1 plus 3 is equal to 26. PS3, huh? That's strange. Why did it become so many? Seeing that there are only 2 days left in this month, I've decided I'll start repaying the debt in March, Fog. Chapter 1368. In addition to the rose nectar, there were several plates of desserts on the coffee table, from cookies to freshly baked cakes and soft mousse. The little butterfly monster was so focused on the live broadcast that she didn't notice this. She was like all the girls in the world who were binge-watching dramas. When she was nervous, she would subconsciously hug the pillow in her arms and reach out to grab the desserts on the plate and stuff them into her mouth. If she was more nervous, the frequency of eating would be faster. Nervousness equals speed of eating. The little butterfly monster was like a hamster eating melon seeds, as she quickly ate the cookies and made an ASMR sound. Boss Luo paid more attention to the little butterfly monster than to the live broadcast. She finished another piece, but the little butterfly monster still subconsciously reached for it. Her eyes didn't move away from the screen, but the cookies on the plate were all gone. Seeing this, Boss Luo chuckled and pushed another plate to replace the empty one. The little butterfly monster didn't notice this and grabbed the sweeter macarons this time. She was still eating like a hamster. In fact, she was still worried about Sister Long at the headquarters of the Magician Association. Boss Luo accompanied her and continued to watch the scene on the screen. At this time, facing Yari's problem, Kelowna's Shinryu had her own solution. A simple and violent method that only a person with her strength and height could do. Unable to destroy this growing creature and at the same time ensure the safety of the thousands of inhumans and magicians, Kelowna's Shinryu chose to save as many as she could. It was a simple method: rush to the strange creature and dig out the inhumans, one by one. Then use Shinryu's power to prevent the threads from touching them and absorbing their strength. That was how this scene came to be. Kelowna's Shinryu pulled out the trapped people's arms and even their heads, along with the sound of bones cracking. She pulled them out. Be gentle. You can't be gentle. You will never be gentle. Like pulling out radishes, the inhumans were wrapped in Shinryu's power and thrown to the ground. You can do this. The Crimson Blaze, Tower Master, and his wife were dumbfounded. At this moment, they moved their jaws, which looked like they were about to loosen up. Then they chose to do the same. Their speed wasn't as fast as Kelowna's Shinryu, but it wasn't too slow either. Still, even with the help of the True Dragon and the two Tower Masters, it was clear that they would not be able to complete such a huge task in a short period of time with thousands of victims. Most importantly, this strange creature would not do nothing. It counterattacked crazily, no doubt. It made the rescue work more difficult. At this moment, more than 100 inhumans were successfully rescued. Kelowna's Shinryu's current battery was 82%. Good condition. The Magician Association headquarters, the High Tower. The part of the tower that was buried under the ground was about 50 meters deep. Prometheus's cells were growing in a complicated way, corroding the interior of the high tower as if it were a creature's body. Muscle fibers and sarcomas could be seen everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds and thousands of pieces of meat were twisted together like fried dough twists, and then they crazily hit something, a huge obsidian door. Finally, the obsidian door was successfully broken open, and a fluorescent blue light came out from the inside. The thousands of pieces of meat twisted together and crawled into the door. At this moment, the pieces of meat began to spread out and then turned into lines. They began to twist and turn into a humanoid shape. It looked like a human body with its skin peeled off. The firm and bulging muscle fibers were visible to the naked eye. Step by step, it walked forward. The light blue liquid around them was the pure energy that was so dense that it had already liquefied. Pieces of mithril plates engraved with magic spells floated on the surface of the energy liquid. The whole thing was pieced together into an absolute circle, and in the center was a 5-meter-tall, crystal-like tree. In this crystallized tree, a figure could be vaguely seen in the translucent trunk. It finally stopped under this huge crystal tree. The muscles on its face began to move, and then 2 pure white eyeballs began to form. The eyeballs moved from the inside out, and then pupils appeared. It stared at the figure in the crystal tree. Stop, Yari's. Teacher. Hui Yao's spiritual avatar also appeared in front of it at this moment. The spiritual avatar floating in the air slowly descended and stopped in front of it. Yari's. Yari said slowly, I think Tofni doesn't want to see you like this. Yari's eyeballs moved at the same time and looked at Hui Yao. Tofni is dead. I killed her with my own hands. The thing inside is not my daughter. After saying that, he even sneered. Hui Yao, after seeing this system, I understand that you and I are the same type of person. Come on, Hui Yao, don't reject me anymore. Teacher Yari's, I just want to use my own method to explore the ultimate of magic. The owner of the Tower of Glory shook his head. The ultimate of magic. Yari's laughed out loud. Hui Yao, you're still fighting for such a small goal? You really disappoint me. I didn't expect you to care so much about the power mode in this small box. Teacher Yari's, please leave here. Otherwise, for the stability of the inhuman domain, I have to do something to hurt you again. The owner of the Tower of Glory sighed. I really don't want to fight with you again in front of Tofni. There are only 0 and countless times to start a war. Yari said indifferently, after you started a war with me, to me, you only have 2 choices, surrender or die. Is it really that important? Hui Yao took a deep breath. Is it really that important? To the extent that you didn't hesitate to sacrifice your beloved and biological daughter to obtain power. That's because Yari's gaze was like an abyss, swallowing up all the emotions a human should have. You haven't experienced the grandeur of this power. Compared to the emotions that bind all my inspiration and soul, those things are more worth having. When you have them, you'll realize that you've already experienced all these things you cherish, or perhaps you're in the process of experiencing them. Perhaps you'll even experience them in a more perfect way. The owner of the Tower of Glory didn't see a trace of what a human should have in his eyes. The owner of the Tower of Glory slowly sighed. Looking at you, I am more convinced that the war that started back then was not wrong, because the existence of that place has created too many individuals like you, Teacher Yaris. Ha! Hui Yao! Yaris suddenly laughed and said in a mocking tone, the war 100 years ago! Do you really think that we won? The truth might make you feel despair. The owner of the Tower of Glory subconsciously frowned. At this moment, Yari suddenly spread open his muscular arms. I will let you experience how insignificant you are. I will let you know. What you have experienced is nothing more than a dream. Yaris was extremely proficient in spiritual type tactics. Purely spiritual type tactics even made Hui Yao feel ashamed of his inferiority. Moreover, he was currently just a spiritual type projection without any defense. The moment Yari spread open his arms, a rainbow-colored radiance surged in his surroundings, as if he had been injected with rainbow-colored, auspicious clouds. Countless things charged toward him and passed through his body. However, a huge amount of information was crazily pouring into Hui Yao's consciousness at this moment. It was Yari's life story. Because of the turmoil in the kingdom, the descendant of a noble became an orphan. During the 30 years of being a slave, he experienced all kinds of hardships. In the end, he escaped from the Colosseum and became an adventurer. He spent 10 years doing nothing and finally died in the mouth of a ferocious beast. This was definitely not the life story of Yari's that Hui Yao knew. However, it was so real. It was so real that it seemed as if it had been played out somewhere before. Before he could distinguish it, the second part of Yari's life began to explode madly in his consciousness once again. This time, Yari's was just a salesman in a general labor company. Not only did he have to be scolded by his superior every day, but he also had to face his incessant nagging wife and his rebellious daughter when he returned home. Once again, Yari's was a minister of a country. He was respected by thousands of people and was loyal to the kingdom. In the end, he was executed by the suspicious monarch. Once again, he was the world's most outstanding musician. He met the love of his life by chance at the Danube River. They had a very cute daughter. He died at the ripe old age of 90. He had no regrets in his life. He was the seat of the magician of the Michael Club. He sprinkled terror on the entire world. The world needed to be purified. The club cast the purifying flame to every corner. The human civilization was destroyed. Everything returned to the most primitive state. A new order arrived once again. It was a utopian world. Because his spiritual body was unable to accept so much information at once, Hui Yao's spiritual body gradually became unstable. Moreover, he revealed a painful expression. Are these illusions? These are all the lives that I've experienced. At this time, Yari said slowly, different lives in different worlds. In these worlds, you were once my student, or you were just a little boy who lived near my house and delivered newspapers, or you were just someone who had nothing to do with me, or even you and I have never met before. Parallel space? Hui Yao endured the mental pain and his consciousness began to churn wildly. You did it. You use the power of magic to interfere with parallel space? This kind of false proposition is actually possible. Since you believe in magic and also possess the power of magic, why do you still have the illusion that this is a false proposition? Yaris shook his head and said, in front of the true self and the one and only me, how small is the ultimate goal of magic? Hui Yao, I'm sending you a final invitation. Join us. The Fool will let you see what you are doing in those different worlds. The Michael Club is an existence that has received the apocalypse. It plays the role of the end of the world in different time and space. And, are you kidding me? I still have a lot of magic books in my library that I haven't finished reading, Master Yaris. Hui Yao shook his head, trying to expel Yaris's horrible life experience from his consciousness. It was not only Yaris's life, but it also included the world settings of these different lives. It was a huge amount of information. The convergence of knowledge from different worlds could even completely destroy the human brain in this extremely short period of time, right? I know it's hard for you to believe, just like how I felt back then. Yaris shook his head. But after you come into contact with it, you will believe. Believe in its existence, without hesitation. A unified existence. Yaris said with great yearning, when all the me in all the worlds are able to do a great thing and complete this great thing, we, all the me will be unified. All the me will overlap layer by layer and finally become a unique individual. Is this also what the Fool told you? He's the only one who obtained the apocalypse, even though I feel that it's like a fraud. But Yari suddenly laughed, regardless of the truth behind it or not. It's very interesting to do this in itself. Looks like uprooting the Michael Club really needs to be included in the future plan of action. The master of the Radiance Tower resisted the mental pain with great difficulty. His spiritual body began to emit a strong light. At this moment, starting from the edge of the crystal tree, the entire huge system space started to vibrate. The energy liquid in the pool shot out one by one and turned into sharp energy blades that cut toward Yaris. Facing Hui Yao's resistance, Yaris was not flustered. Relying on the powerful regenerative ability of Prometheus, he did not even deliberately resist and allowed the energy blades to attack him. Hui Yao, looks like you haven't experienced the greatness of overlapping lives. Yaris's voice suddenly became incomparably kind. You need to experience more, feel more. Accept it. Accept all of me, Hui Yao. Immediately, several dozens, hundreds of different lives began to attack the master of the Radiance Tower's spirit at the same time. His spiritual body even fell into the verge of dispersing in an instant. Why don't we leave this place? In a small cave that sunk into the cliff. After observing for a while, the mysterious white-robed young man in front of her did not make any movements. So the third miss simply made a suggestion. The young vampire girl who was more worried about Big Brother Luocho's safety heard this and nodded in agreement without thinking much. But at this moment, the white-robed young man in front of her showed a painful expression. Not only that, his facial features even began to bleed. I didn't touch him, the third miss emphasized in a low voice. The young vampire girl opened her mouth and moved closer. He looks like he's in pain. It feels like he's experiencing something terrifying. Elizabeth? Zhong Luoiwek called out, subconsciously. The young vampire girl said, I want to help him. It feels like he needs help. But we don't know who he is. Elizabeth, we don't need to. The third miss shook her head. The young vampire girl suddenly said, I'm thinking. Big Brother Luocho and I didn't know each other at that time. But if he didn't help me at that time, what would I be like now? Would I be lost in the disaster of vampires and become a complete blood-sucking monster and lose myself? I don't dare to think about it. So, I think a person in pain would definitely want to get help, just like me at that time. As she spoke, the young vampire girl walked in front of the white-robed young man, stood on her tiptoes, reached out her hands, and held the young man's cheeks. she began to feel with the power of her soul. Chapter 1369. Battery. 73% the total number of rescued targets was 769. This did not include the results of the 2 tower masters. Based on a rough estimation, the number of rescued Inhumans was about a quarter. Naturally, Kelowna Shinryu, who was not good at math, did not like this number very much. It was still too slow. As the number of rescued increased, Shinryu would constantly be reminded that the shield used to protect these Inhumans from being attacked by the silk threads would continuously consume Shinryu's energy. Doesn't this thing have a core or something? Long Shiroa could not help but frown. Hui Yao had been in the Wizard Tower for some time now, and there was no news about him. In fact, Kelowna Shinryu did not know why she stayed here even though she could have just left. She could not help but sigh as she recalled the scene when she met Hui Yao many years ago. What was the reason that she took in this immature, impulsive, and stubborn little brat at that time? Hey, Profiteer, you're still watching, right? Kelowna Shinryu did not stop talking. At this time, she was still in the process of moving at high speed. One by one, the Inhumans were being pulled out of the Wizard Tower. Kelowna Shinryu did not know if it was subconscious or if she had already thought about it. After muttering the sentence, she could not help but feel a little regretful. Of course, I've been watching over Ms. Long. Is there anything I can help you with? I've been watching over her. As a result of her momentary distraction, the wildly growing tree-shaped Prometheus instantly wrapped around Long Shiroa like a big rice dumpling. She struggled with her hands and was already out of danger. You can see the situation inside the Wizard Tower, right? I'm watching too. So this is just a late-night TV series to kill time in front of the Profiteer. The true dragon of the godly land couldn't help having goosebumps all over his body at the thought that he was also a character in the play and was always under the nose of the Profiteer, and that everything he said and did might be seen through by the Profiteer. You don't do anything strange when you peek at things, do you? Strange actions? I don't know what Ms. Long is referring to. That's annoying. Ask. All you know is to ask. Kelowna Shinryu's anger inexplicably soared. Tell me the situation inside the Wizard Tower. Not sure if it was an illusion. She felt that Profiteer's voice was not heard for a long time, or at least the pauses outside of the frequency of the previous conversation. Hey, are you still there? Ms. Long, do you want to know the situation inside the Wizard Tower from us? Long Shiroa paused for a moment. She did not know why, but she felt even more irritated. However, her voice was obviously colder. Don't worry, I, Long Shiroa, will never go back on my word. It's just a little bit of information. Are you going to ask for a high price? Ms. Long misunderstood. Luacio's voice was light. I'm just happy that Ms. Long can think of us when you're in trouble. Actually, I'm not hesitating. Happy. This means that Ms. Long's view of us has changed, or she has acknowledged us. Of course, this is something to be happy about. Is that so? The true dragon of the divine land subconsciously flicked her hair, then snorted softly. Don't think that you can lure me into a trap by saying nice things. It's just asking for information. It's the same no matter who you ask. It's just that it's more convenient for you. And it's just information. Don't think that I'll buy anything else. How about this? Ms. Long, Boss Luo said softly. How about I open up a special channel for you? From now on, you can get information from us. When the information reaches a certain amount, we will charge you the same amount. What do you think? Can it be simpler? What I mean is that you can sign the bill first and pay when it's about time. You can do that. Kelowna Shinryu couldn't help but open her mouth. Sign the bill? That's right. That's because Miss Long is too precious. Everything about you is priceless to me. So, if it's just this little bit of information, it's really hard for me to charge you a specific amount. That's why I made this compromise. Woo woo woo, a priceless treasure. What nonsense are you talking about? This doesn't violate the shop's trading rules. Consider it as a set meal that I specially made for you. What do you think? Specially made special? It's special meaning? Shinryu's power flowed and instantly diluted the uncontrollable thoughts in Shinryu's mind. She took a deep breath and said indifferently, "If that's the case, what are you waiting for? Where's the information I want? Also, is there something similar to a core in this thing? If it's Mr. Hui Yao, his current situation is probably in the underground hub space of the association's tower. Like spiritual pollution, hundreds and thousands of lives, as well as the world structure and knowledge behind the different lives, had caused Hui Yao's spirit to fall into a state of near collapse. At this moment, the scattered spiritual bodies were like parsley. They were scattered one by one, but they were trying their best to gather together. Eris walked towards Hui Yao's spiritual body at this time. I really planned to leave like this, but you wanted to keep me. Eris smiled and said, I've said that as long as there's an opportunity, I'll grab it without hesitation. For example, right now. I'm really curious. Teacher Eris. Hui Yao's voice was intermittent at this time, but for some reason he felt a mysterious force being introduced into his spirit. It was like a beacon that prevented him from getting lost in the sea of information. He still maintained this painful appearance and asked with difficulty, Back then, how did you maintain your consciousness in these lives? This is where I'm stronger than you? Eris said indifferently. The owner of Hui Yao Tower took a deep look at Eris. At this moment, his spiritual body completely exploded and turned into a large number of photons, drifting in the air little by little. Eris stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the photons. After a moment of silence, he finally said indifferently, What a useless student. You still have to ask such a simple question. If you can't accept it in one go, then accept it in batches. Shaking his head, Eris slowly walked towards the hub of the entire inhuman domain, the crystal tree embedded in Tofni's body. Gently pressing his palm, whose muscle fibers were wriggling like octopus tentacles, on the crystal tree, Eris silently looked at the face of the girl in the crystal tree trunk. I want to see all the sceneries in the world, so I want to be the best magician like Dad. Can you even give up on me? He slowly raised his head, closed his eyes, and said to himself, I have a daughter who is more obedient than you, in another world that is more perfect. Looking at it this way, all the imperfections in this world are also like an imperfect dream. It's just that I'm looking at it from the other world. With a slight force of his palm, a crack suddenly appeared on the crystal tree trunk. There's no need for you to continue existing. Crack. The crack on the crystal instantly expanded. The entire hub space began to shake, and the energy liquid in the pool trembled violently as if it was resonating with something. Then, Eris suddenly opened the eyeball without an eyelid. It's time to test if my idea of killing the Shinryu Kelowna outside Kelowna is correct. Boom! A loud noise sounded. Something violently broke open the space above the core space. A golden figure fell from the spot where the explosion had occurred. You're 10,000 years too young to kill me. Before Eris could react, a huge force came at him. The moment his vision entered his consciousness and formed an image, Eris's body was directly kicked by the golden figure. The body that was temporarily formed by the cell tissues of Prometheus was instantly kicked to pieces. Thousands of strips of flesh scattered and twisted crazily as if the front ends of the tentacles were torn off. Then they gathered again to form the appearance of muscle fibers without human skin. The moment the eyeball was formed again, Eris's pupils suddenly contracted. I really underestimated you, the Shinryu of the East. Don't. Your trashy praise is really giving me goosebumps. Long Shirwa stood in front of the crystal tree and looked at Eris's appearance. She said mercilessly, You used to look like a dog. But this is more suitable for you, Eris. I don't care about the appearance. Appearance is just the carrier of power. Eris shook his head. It seems that you're going to give up the lives of the remaining inhuman. That's the wisest choice, but if that's the case, I won't hold back. I think the remaining inhuman should be able to provide me with a good source of power. Of course, to you they're just irrelevant people, so it's not a pity if they die. You don't have to worry about that. Kelowna, Shinryu sneered. I won't let you go today, and the inhuman outside won't die either. I told you. You didn't look at the almanac before you left today. Eris shook his head and sneered, but the sneer on his face collapsed in an instant. Kelowna Shinryu, under the crystal tree, suddenly opened her palm. In the middle of her palm was a gray crystal that looked like a sea urchin and was covered with spikes. It was the size of a date. Kelowna Shinryu even casually tossed the gray crystal in her hand and pinched it. This thing is very important to you, right? I picked it up when I kicked you just now. Eris's pupils contracted again, and he was silent for a moment. How did you know? Long Shirua said with disdain. You're making these broken things seem so mysterious. Actually, they're just leftovers from who knows how many years ago. Can't you tell just by looking at them? Eris's face fell. Long Shirua shrugged and crushed the gray crystal in her hand with ease. She even opened her palm and blew the powder away. This was the typical action of a villain. Eris's face fell again. The muscle fibers on his body began to fall off bit by bit. They withered instantly after falling off. Like a rapid chain reaction, the Prometheus that had invaded the Association's tower stopped moving in an instant. Outside the tower, the creature that had clung onto half of the tower lost its vitality in an instant and turned into some kind of solid substance. The tower master and his wife, who were still struggling with rescue work outside the tower, casually smashed this solidified giant creature into pieces in an instant. The rest of the victims fell down one after another. Only, in the hub space, there was a piece of sarcomatous tissue that was more than a meter tall that was still alive. Kelowna Shinryu slowly walked over and stretched out a finger. Rays of golden light shot out from the tip of his finger and cut off the huge sarcomatous tissue piece by piece. Obviously, it had lost its high-speed regeneration ability. There was only a hazy light wrapped around its body. When it was attacked, the light would be bright or dark. This was Eris's consciousness, and it was also suffering from the pain of being cut off. Suddenly, the sarcomatous tissue split into two. One part crawled towards Shinryu, while the other part retreated. Long Shirua seemed to have predicted this move. She chuckled, and Shinryu's power instantly split into three. Two of the powers wrapped around the sarcomatous tissue that had split into two parts. The third part moved directly behind her. At this moment, a piece of tissue that was as small as a bullet was also wrapped up. *TCH. Kelowna Shinryu snorted and crushed the two pieces of tissue, one big and one small, before burning them with Shinryu's power. The remaining big lump of sarcomatous tissue was wrapped in the light ball by Shinryu's power and was surging wildly. No matter how strong your will is, you should be in so much pain now, right? Kelowna Shinryu smiled with satisfaction. Do you think I can't do anything to you just by splitting your consciousness? So what? Yari's voice was undulating. Even if you kill me here, Hui Yao's spirit has already been obliterated by me. 1 against 1. You won't be able to save him in the end. You don't have to worry about this. Long Shirua said indifferently, Hey, little brat, how long are you going to hide? Are you going to watch the show? Following Shinryu's voice, the photons in the air when the spiritual body of the Radiance Tower's master dissipated started to float again. Then they gradually gathered together and returned to the state of a spiritual body. Although it didn't look very stable, it obviously didn't look like it was completely defenseless. As expected of teacher, you really have godlike foresight. the Radiance Tower's master said with admiration. I originally planned to wait until the last moment and wait for Yaris to relax before making my move. I didn't expect. What's there to make a fuss about such a small matter? Kelowna Shinryu waved his hand, looking like an expert. Damn, I didn't expect the strategy given by that profiteer to be so useful. Chapter 1370. Radiance. From the hole that Kelowna Shinryu had created, 3 figures rushed out and landed on the mithril floating plate of the energy pool. It was the Crimson Blaze Tower Master and his wife, as well as the Thunder Tower Master, whose face was bruised and nose swollen. He seemed to have woken up from Shinryu's beating. What's the situation now? The Crimson Blaze Tower Master was an impatient person, so he immediately jumped forward. When he saw Long Shirua, his leg stiffened, but fortunately he did not slip. Yaris has been caught! The Radiance Tower Master pointed at the last lump of flesh that was being enveloped by Shinryu's power. Shinryu's power was probably another type of power that these magicians could not fully understand. They could clearly feel that Yaris was being enveloped by this power, but they could not penetrate it to see what was going on. Thank you for your hard work, Radiance. The Crimson Blaze Tower Master nodded. No, this is all because of Kelowna Shinryu's help. The Radiance Tower Master smiled. This time, Shinryu's success in stopping Yaris' invasion can be said to be the #1 contribution. Crimson Blaze, how about this? Let's just forget about the past. What else could the Crimson Blaze Tower Master say? He could not win, and in this life he had always been one of the best human qualities. However, he had to admit that this time it was indeed because of Kelowna Shinryu's existence that the Association and most of the Inhumans safely survived the crisis. Being hot-tempered did not mean that he was unreasonable, and this was enough for the Crimson Blaze Tower Master to back down. As for the first Tower Master's attitude, it was obvious that he intended to be a mediator. As long as some people can control their own hands, I am not a calculative person, the Crimson Blaze Tower Master said indifferently. Long Shirua picked at her ears and even flicked her little finger. The Tower Master of the Crimson Blaze Tower pretended not to see anything. Out of sight, out of mind, he walked straight to the trapped Yaris and stared at him for a long time. He sighed. Yaris, so many years have passed. You shouldn't have come back. Haven't you reflected enough all these years? Are you going to let me go if I'm truly ashamed? Yari's voice was very calm. Then I'm really sorry. I sincerely apologize to you. This time it was my fault. I will reflect on it. The Scarlet Blaze Tower Master, who hadn't expected such an answer, opened his mouth but was unable to say anything. F*CK, this old be *starred. Not only is he sinister, he's also F*King Shameless? Long Shirua opened her mouth and turned to look at the Radiance Tower Master. You little brat, how did you take things too hard that year to become this old fox's disciple? The Radiance Tower Master sighed and said with a complicated expression, Mr. Yaris, he wasn't like this in the past. His passion for magic and the contributions he left behind for magicians can't be erased. He just... Long Shirua suddenly waved her hand and said dismissively, Fine, I'm not interested. Who plays an RPG game and kills a boss and still cares about the tragic fate behind it and the reason for its corruption? Everyone isn't a child. It's fine as long as it's fun. Everyone is like this. The world has changed. If it was you guys who lost today, this guy obviously wouldn't care about your feelings. Ha ha ha. True Dragon of the East, I like what you just said. Eris laughed out loud at this moment. Long Shirua snorted and didn't intend to pay attention to this guy. I've learned. The Radiance Tower Master silently bowed to Kelowna's Shinryu. I'll remember it in my heart. The other Tower Masters felt that the first Tower Master's humble attitude was strange, but they didn't think too much about it. They just thought that it was the first Tower Master's way of communicating. Indeed, it was more reasonable to be on good terms with the terrifying Eastern Shinryu than to be on bad terms with him. Radiance, how do you plan to deal with Yari's? The Arctic Tower Master asked calmly. That year we abolished Yari's magic, but he still came back. This time, I'm afraid we can't be soft-hearted. Put Yari's. Radiance sighed and said, put him in 0-degree hell. For the time being, we still need to interrogate him. This time, there's the shadow of the mysterious Michael Club. Yari's is also a member of this club. We need to know more about this club. Give me a copy of the information later. Long Shura suddenly said. The Radiance Tower Master smiled and said, of course, Lord Long, don't worry. Once there's reliable information, I'll inform you immediately. Okay. Long Shura nodded and said, oh, right, there's one more thing. Say, Old Thunder, where are you going? While talking, everyone subconsciously looked at the Thunder Tower Master. They saw that the Thunder Tower Master had quietly approached the crystal tree in the center of the hub. Hearing this, not only did the Thunder Tower Master not respond, he even crashed into the crystal tree. At this time, Kelowna's Shinryu grabbed the air, and a golden light turned into a huge dragon claw. It directly grabbed the Thunder Tower Master and pulled him back. Thunder, what are you doing? The Crimson Blaze Tower Master's voice suddenly sank. The Radiance Tower Master frowned and subconsciously looked at his teacher, Kelowna's Shinryu. At this time, Kelowna's Shinryu still had the air of an expert. He said indifferently, you still don't understand? There's still something in this old man's body that hasn't been cleaned up. But I've already checked. He's really Thunder. The Radiance Tower Master frowned. Long Shura shrugged and said, at that time Yari's consciousness had indeed been transferred and dispersed into those Prometheus cells. However, there was still a small part hidden in Old Thunder's body. Yari's is very sinister. After deceiving you, he used this method as his last chance to turn the tables. Even if he didn't have the chance to turn the tables, he could still safely retreat. So that's how it is. The Radiance Tower Master smiled bitterly and sighed. Mr. Yari's attainments in mental magic are truly beyond my reach. If that's the case, Bo, Shinryu-S Master, did you see through it from the beginning and then took advantage of the situation and waited for him to reveal himself in the end? That's really a brilliant method. Even the Crimson Blaze Tower Master and his wife's expression changed a little. As the saying goes, reading a strategy is fun for a while, but it will always be fun for a long time. Kelowna's Shinryu suddenly felt proud, but in the face of the first Tower Master's bright and clear gaze of admiration, even the true dragon's thick skin couldn't help but blush. Anyway, I'll leave this guy to you. I won't care about what happens after that. Long Shura coughed lightly. Kill or interrogate, it's up to you. Just remember to send me a report of that. Something club later. After handing over the Thunder Tower Master and the sarcoma to Hui Yao, Kelowna's Shinryu clapped his hands and broke through the core space, disappearing from the Magician Association's headquarters. My impression of this Eastern evil. Shinryu-S Master has more or less changed. The Crimson Blaze Tower Master shook his head. The harvest of this year's golden apples is pretty good. Hui Yao, send someone to send a few to her later. Don't always let people say that this old man is stingy. Stingy fellow, your size is short. The Arctic Tower Master suddenly laughed delicately. I'm 18 centimeters. Hui Yao smiled as he watched the couple's daily life. At this moment, Yari's and Thunder had completely quieted down. They did not say anything. Yari's had always had a habit. After he failed, he would fall into a state similar to autistic. However, he was not depressed. Instead, he was in an even higher mood as he summarized his failures. He would always reflect on his failures, absorb the experience, and prepare for the next success. However, Hui Yao did not know that Yari's was really autistic at this moment. That's impossible. How did this Shinryu find out that I was hiding something on Thunder? She obviously did not find out at that time. Otherwise, based on her action pattern, she would have taken action at the first moment. What went wrong? Could it be that Kelowna's Shinryu has some kind of special ability to obtain information? Since she knew that the crystal was Prometheus' weakness, she should have attacked it directly from the beginning. What went wrong? Obviously, the Tower Master of Hui Yao did not know what Yaris was thinking. He directly opened the entrance of the so-called 0-degree hell and sent the Sarcoma and the Thunder Tower Master temporarily into it. Then he turned to the Crimson Blaze Tower Master and said, "I'll have to trouble the two of you to deal with the aftermath here. My original body has not returned yet, but I will be back soon. Don't worry, we will take care of the house." The Arctic Tower Master smiled. "House? Yes, house." Hui Yao smiled and waved his hand. In the core space, the Crimson Blaze Tower Master and the Arctic Tower Master had been sent out of the tower. Everything that was damaged began to be rebuilt and restored to its original state. He floated to the front of the crystal tree and touched the crack on the trunk. The crack was not repaired. Hui Yao touched the crack and finally sighed. He said in a low voice, "No matter what, I will not let the inhuman territory collapse." Tophany. The place began to dim. Hui Yao turned into a photon and his spiritual projection disappeared. This place was sealed again. When his spiritual projection returned to his original body, Hui Yao slowly opened his eyes. He woke up. In the cave below the cliff, Third Miss quickly said. At this time, the vampire girl also opened her eyes, but her face was full of fatigue, as if she could collapse at any time. Zhong Luoyue quickly reached out to support her. Hui Yao looked at the two little vampires in front of him. One of them seemed to have not completed her first transformation. "What are your names?" The Radiance Tower Master asked softly. "Are you also from the Toridio clan?" Elizabeth and Zhong Luoyue looked at each other. Third Miss signaled the vampire girl not to reveal too much. Elizabeth understood and said, "We are just temporarily staying here. As for names, it doesn't matter. Since you are fine, we can leave with peace of mind." This vampire girl was very good at doing good deeds without leaving her name. As soon as she said that, the third lady directly supported her and walked out. "Wait a minute, the two of you," the Radiance Tower Master called out. "What do you want?" The third lady looked vigilant. The Radiance Tower Master smiled and said, "Please don't misunderstand. I am not a bad person. My name is Hui Yao. This time I met with some trouble. Fortunately, this lady helped me to get out of trouble. I am very grateful." "You are welcome." Elizabeth shook her head. Then she thought for a while and said, "I think I have heard of this name somewhere," the Radiance Tower Master said casually. "Maybe you have heard of it because I am the Tower Master of the Magician Association's Secretary Tower." The Magician Association. Tower Master. The little girl and the third lady had different reactions. Elizabeth was surprised, but she did not think too much about it. However, the third lady was different. As a successful businessman, she had been constantly absorbing all kinds of knowledge in the inhuman domain since she entered it. Naturally, she also paid attention to the structure of the Magician Association, the largest neutral force in the inhuman domain. She was even more clear about what a Tower Master was. You are the number one person in charge of the association?" Hui Yao did not take the third lady's excitement to heart. He just stared at the vampire girl and said, "I feel a very special power in your body. Are you very good at using spiritual abilities?" The little girl subconsciously said, "Telepathy." "Telepathy?" The Radiance Tower Master was stunned. The little girl nodded and said, "Yes, Brother Luochio said that my power is called telepathy." Luochio. She seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. She remembered that her teacher and Miss Luo Dance seemed to have mentioned this name before. "This power." Hui Yao thought for a while and said, "It is somewhat similar to the ability of the Soul Witch. However, it seems to be somewhat different from the Soul Witch's ability. I feel that its development potential seems to be much higher than that of the Soul Witch. However, You don't seem to be very used to using this ability, right? Elizabeth said, Yes, I rely on myself to figure it out. This was enough for Hui Yao to know a lot of information. If she relied on herself to figure it out, it meant that she had no support behind her. The first tower master of the Secret Arts Tower smiled at this time and said, I'm very interested in your ability. In my collection, there are also many magic books about spiritual and spiritual abilities, even the development of the soul, which has been studied quite a lot. If you don't mind, are you interested in becoming my student? I want to teach you how to use this power correctly. It was also because of his own shortcomings that spiritual magic was convenient. If the association could have this kind of special power, then they would not be as passive as this time when facing enemies of the same type as Yari's. Although Long Shirua was his teacher, she would not always be there. When it was time to rely on himself, he could only rely on himself. After this time, it was urgent to put the Michael Society on the enemy list. Before he knew the strength of this society, he had to make preparations in all aspects. Student, the vampire girl opened her mouth, as if she had not yet reacted to this proposal. Don't hesitate, just say yes. At this time, the third miss hurriedly whispered in the little girl's ear, becoming the student of the association's first tower master, regardless of whether you can learn anything in the end. Just this identity alone is enough to cause your identity to change dramatically. There are only benefits and no disadvantages. Elizabeth said, but I feel pretty good now, right? So the third miss directly used her big move. Silly girl. Women have to constantly improve themselves and enhance their charm and temperament to attract the attention of the man they like. Is that so? Of course. The third miss looked serious. That's fine. The little girl nodded. Seeing this, the first tower master was still quite happy. After all, when he was suffering from Yari's spiritual attack, it was all thanks to this little girl's power that he was relieved. It was also at that moment that he felt the huge potential of this strange power, and his love for talent arose spontaneously. But the reason why this little girl agreed seemed to be to attract the opposite sex. This made the first tower master somewhat suspicious. Could it be that his name did not seem to work? That was not right. A few years ago, he had only revealed his intention to recruit students, and the lobby of the association's headquarters was packed to the brim. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. The next chapter will be delayed. Chapter 1371. Austria, the town of Hallstatt. Ring, ring, ring. When the bell rang, customers began to stream into the bakery. Several employees began to take out the freshly baked bread, and it was quickly sold out. The little girl of the Wando's family was only 10 years old this year, but she was much shorter than her peers. She came early to buy bread from the bakery, but when the door was opened, she couldn't successfully enter the bakery from the crowded ladies. She sat outside the window of the bakery with some annoyance. These ladies were really crazy. It was mainly because Mr. Baiji, the owner of the bakery, and the baker, was too handsome. According to her father, Mr. Wando's, Mr. Baiji was almost the enemy of all the men in the town. Didn't buy bread today again? Just as she was vexed and didn't know how to explain it when she returned, a pleasant voice rang in the ears of the little girl from the Wando's family. The little girl raised her head and saw a black-haired, dual-colored-eyed young man wearing a baker's uniform. Mr. Baiji! The child of the Wando's family suddenly shouted. The young man, Mr. Baiji, made a small gesture and then stuffed a craft paper bag with bread into the hands of the little girl of the Wando's family. This is also just made. Take it. Thank you. Mr. Baiji. The little girl of the Wando's family held the paper bag happily and then looked at the eyes of the bakery owner curiously. Every time she looked at it, it was so beautiful, like a pair of gem-like eyes, brown and blue eyes. She heard from her mother that this was a pure, natural color, but only a few people in the world could have it. It was caused by some kind of morbid mutation. Although it was essentially a disease, it gave this young man a pair of charming eyes. Why? The young man squatted down and asked with a smile. The little girl of the Wando's family curiously asked, Mr. Baiji, when you were a child, were you laughed at by other children because of this pair of eyes? The young man thought for a moment and said, When I was a child, I was often regarded as a child of the devil, and I was indeed bullied a lot. However, it was a long time ago. Ah, a child! You actually believe in the existence of the devil. How despicable! The little girl from the Wando's family was instantly displeased. She clearly has such beautiful eyes. The young man rubbed the child's head and smiled casually. After all, at that time, people were still in awe of legends like demons. All right, hurry back. The bread won't taste good when it's cold. Yeah. The little girl skipped away. Not long after, the bakery was emptied of goods, and the staff simply closed the door. It was only the beginning of the day, but the business was really good. It was as if they were mocking the nearby shops by closing their doors early. Business is good today. After closing, the young man chatted with his shop assistants for a while before asking them to go home. Only then did he return to his residence upstairs. The young bakery owner seemed to be a minimalist. Only the most basic furniture could be seen in the room upstairs. There wasn't even an extra decoration on the cement wall. There was only a small plate of roses planted on the windowsill. But there was still something eye-catching in the room. There was a short table in the middle of the room, and a huge castle made of transparent dice was placed on it. The castle wasn't really completed, only about 60% to 70% completion. The young boss brought a glass of water, then sat on the cushion in front of the table. He picked up a pair of tweezers, picked up a die, and gently placed the die on the west tower of the castle that was about to be completed. His movements were careful, steady, and slow. He put down the tweezers and began to sit quietly. Because he had completed today's portion, he would only place one die every day. At this time, on the undecorated cement wall, a rectangular mirror strangely slowly floated up. There were ripples on the surface of the mirror like water. A mark of the big arcana card, the sun, began to appear on the mirror. I didn't guess wrong. Yari's failure was even faster than expected. The voice came from the mirror. The voice of the sun seat. The young man. Baiji looked at his dice castle at this time. After a while, he said casually, Speaking of which, why are you so sure that Yari's will fail? In fact, I think his idea is not bad. There's no harm in experimenting. We can't always stay at the theoretical stage. You underestimate the strength of the Shinryu of Kelowna. She's not only the Shinryu of Kelowna, but also the princess of the Xianyuan royal family. If you can't kill her, you will face her crazy revenge. Actually, it's really scary when you think about it. Baiji suddenly smiled. This kind of power shouldn't exist in this world if it really makes a big scene. He stopped here. Baiji shook his head and continued. Okay, I will propose to remove Yari's seat later. A new substitute should be able to take office soon. After all, after this time, the Magician Association probably won't do anything and just wait and see. In addition, the last time we offended the little princess of the Xianyuan royal family, and now Kelowna Shinryu is added. I suddenly feel worried about the future of the association. After a moment of silence, Sun suddenly said, Shinryu, is it really only in this world? It's really only in this world. Baiji's voice was abnormally firm. Among all the worlds I have seen, only this world exists, unique. Even the Xianyuan Palace is unique. Not only that, there are too many intersections of legends here. It's like the origin of these legends themselves. Your apocalypse? Baiji shook his head. I don't know why, but I can't see it recently. I can't get any inspiration from the will of the world for the time being. I just vaguely feel that the will of the world seems to have changed. It really feels like an unscrupulous investor changed the script because of personal preferences. Specifically, I don't know. Baiji still shook his head. But since there are no new revelations, that means the previous revelations should not have changed. Since Michael is the chosen one, the protagonist of the end of the world, here, It should be the same as the other worlds. All of us in other worlds are doing this in various ways. Then, we just need to do what was originally set. I hope so. Sun, as voice paused for a while, then suddenly said, By the way, the position of the divine general of tyrant should be vacant, right? Indeed, it has been vacant. Baiji nodded. Although we can't confirm Nero's life or death at this stage, from the disappearance of this period of time in Yamato's deception, it is enough to judge that Nero betrayed us. Do you have any plans? Sun said indifferently, I plan to let a new clone of mine take this position. The Xianyuan Palace is no longer suitable for me to cultivate a clone, so I will leave it with you for the time being. You can use it as you wish. Isn't he already on the way? You don't have to ask me specifically, right? Baiji looked back and glanced at the mirror. According to the rules, I still have to tell you. The fool. The ripples on the mirror gradually disappeared as the sound stopped. Even the mirror slowly disappeared on the cement wall. At this time, Baiji picked up the tweezers again and picked up a new piece of dice. But in the end, he didn't put the dice back up, but put it down. He quickly changed into a set of casual clothes and walked out of the door. The town could see the Alps, the colorful houses, and the tranquil and transparent lake. It was like a peach garden in a fairy tale world. Hello, Mrs. Ryder. The weather today is really good, Mr. Kinnick. No, I'm not hungry, thank you. He lingered on such streets, greeted the people he knew on the road, and occasionally chatted with them. Time passed very slowly. Near the castle of Torito clan, Zhong Luoyue and Elizabeth, who had come up from the small cave on the cliff, still felt unreal at this time. The third lady looked at the badge in the vampire girl's hand. This was the token given by the owner of the Radiance Tower. I still have some urgent things to deal with. You can take this token and come to the association to find me. I hope to see you soon. After that, the first leader of the association disappeared with a whoosh. Yes, it was whoosh, and then disappeared. Are we really going to the Magician Association? In fact, after being encouraged, the vampire girl was still somewhat hesitant. She always felt that even if she became the student of the first tower owner, it would be difficult to reach the charm of Miss Yu Yi. Why don't you give it a try? Zhong Luoyue had her own plans. So far, she could only rely on Elizabeth. So, it was necessary to let Elizabeth, who she relied on, have a better development. Not to mention, she had really put in her feelings. You need to plan for your future. The third lady said seriously, In the past, if there was anything, perhaps your grandfather would help you and protect you. But now, you can only rely on yourself. You know better than me about the social class in the clan. Yes, that's right. Maybe the 13 clans will temporarily give you preferential treatment out of consideration. But what about the future? When that guy was in South America, he just casually stole someone else's name. The clan, because of this false relationship, gave you some preferential treatment. However, who knows when this matter will be exposed? Can you imagine how angry those clan nobles will be? But if you become the student of the Radiance Tower, the situation will naturally be different. I understand. The vampire girl nodded. Speaking of which, her real age was much older than the third lady, but she slept for more time. But this did not mean that her mental development would remain slow after sucking blood for the first time. She was forming her own views at a speed that ordinary people could not understand. But what she did not know was that in this high-speed molding stage, the third lady of the Zhong family would have a profound impact on her. It's good that you understand. Zhong Luoyue smiled gratifyingly. Women are born weaker, but even so, it's not that we can't do anything. Because we are slightly inferior to men in terms of natural advantages, we should be even more adept at making use of all the conditions around us and strive to maximize our advantages. No matter in which aspect, passive and weak women will never be able to achieve real success, whether it's your life or love. Love, love. The little girl covered her face with her hands. This girl, did she hear the key words? The third lady sighed, subconsciously. only feeling that there was still a long way to go. Not good. A patrol team is coming this way. The little girl let go of her hands at this time, looking at the night sky somewhere. Let's leave here first. The third lady thought for a while and said, there was no golden light, nor was there any light emitted by the technique. Kelowna Shinryu appeared in the small villa out of thin air. Kelowna Shinryu felt like she entered a barber shop, and then, under the barber's various persuasion, she finally applied for a bunch of package membership cards. Not only did she use the strategy, but she also used the teleportation service on the way back. It's really convenient, just this time, she said to herself, and then subconsciously pushed the door in the living room. Well, this profiteer is quite smart. He didn't directly push her inside. It's too abrupt. Actually, he's quite considerate. Thinking about it, Kelowna Shinryu, who originally planned to directly push the door, suddenly stopped. Then she tidied up her messy hair, pulled her clothes, and knocked on the door. Sister Long, you're back. The moment she opened the door, Long Shirwa saw the little butterfly holding half a cake, her face covered with cake crumbs, and was stunned. Didn't I say you're not allowed to eat sweets? She was teaching a girl a lesson. Seeing that Master True Dragon's fingers began to pinch into a drill shape again, the little butterfly immediately showed a scared, stiff posture and stuffed the remaining half of the cake into her mouth first. Miss Long, welcome back. Boss Luo's voice came from the living room. I'll teach you a lesson later. Kelowna Shinryu could only glare at this Zhongshan butterfly fiercely. She was happily eating free desserts, while he was fighting for his life outside. The little butterfly stuck out her tongue, then hid behind Kelowna Shinryu and followed into the living room. The desserts are just sugar substitutes. There's no side effect to the body. Boss Luo smiled and said, besides, with Miss Pianxian's digestive ability, it's okay even if you eat more. Miss Long, you don't need to care so much. It's none of your business. I'm being rude. Boss Luo waved his hand. Miss Long, are you satisfied with the service this time? What do you mean? The true dragon of godly land suddenly became shy. She touched the hair by her ear and turned her head away, stammering, well, anyway, thank you. It's great that you're satisfied. Boss Luo smiled and then snapped his fingers. A parchment scroll slowly unfolded in front of Kelowna Shinryu. Long Shirua shivered as if an ice cube was stuffed into the back of her neck. This is, as I said before, this is the contract for the set meal I ordered for you. Boss Luo smiled. Miss Long, please sign your name on the contract. She reached out her hand to the parchment. She had seen similar contracts before. Shinryu had signed one for Mo Xiaofei's health, but it was only a one-time contract. But this time, Shinryu's power seemed to be a little chaotic as her hand got closer to the parchment scroll. Is there any problem, Miss Long? She subconsciously looked at Luochio's eyes, suddenly remembering what happened in the basement of Mount Tai Villa that day. Her mind was in a mess, and then she imprinted her fingerprint on the contract. A dizzy feeling came, but it disappeared as quickly as it came. Kelowna Shinryu shook her head gently and felt nothing strange. Kelowna, Kunlun, 100 Tribulation Taoist, was sitting on a lonely peak, looking at the clouds and brewing tea alone. His hands trembled. The mountains of Kunlun trembled slightly as if they were crying. The clouds in the sky were tumbling and didn't calm down for a long time. All the dragon veins in the world come from Kunlun. Now the mountains are crying. What's the matter? Is there another disaster? Chapter 1372. In the northern grassland, there was a grassland country connected to Kelowna, southern Gobi region. The convoy ran on the grassland and finally stopped in front of a small tribe. There were dozens of yurts scattered around, but there seemed to be some kind of mystery. It was said that if someone broke in, he would often lose his way. In the end, he didn't even know what happened and went back outside. The convoy stopped at the periphery of the tribe, and there was a man waiting on the withered grass. This man was called Mr. Dean. He was the bodyguard of the master that the convoy wanted to meet. At this time, a strong middle-aged man wearing a mink fur coat got off the car. A team of guards with sophisticated modern weapons lined up in 2 rows in front of the middle-aged man. Shigambala was the name of this middle-aged man. He was the descendant of Bo-Urjin, that is, the legitimate descendant of the Golden family. He was the descendant of the great Khan who once swept the entire European continent. Now, with the support of his family, he became one of the members of the great Kyril Parliament. He had countless assets and even had several different identities of oligarchs in Russia. "Haha, Mr. Dean, we meet again." After getting off the car, Shigambala opened his hands and walked towards Mr. Dean, who was waiting here. He was very bold, but Mr. Dean didn't want to hug him. He smiled faintly and made an inviting gesture. "Mr. Shigambala, please come in. Master Ching has been waiting for a long time." Shigambala didn't care about Mr. Dean's indifference. He just smiled in a friendly way. He had seen Mr. Dean fight with his bare hands. He defeated a whole team of 50 well-equipped guards. He was like a Superman. "I brought some gifts." Shigambala clapped his hands at this time. "Mr. Dean, please give them to everyone in the tribe. It's not expensive, just some necessities. Please don't refuse." "Thank you so much." Mr. Dean nodded with a smile. Then 4 armed guards followed Mr. Shigambala and followed Mr. Dean into the innermost Mongolian tent. The 4 guards couldn't help but feel extremely nervous. The tribe wasn't big, and there weren't many people living here, but they could feel an enormous pressure from these people at all times. Even a child seemed to be extremely dangerous. Not long after, everyone stopped in front of a tent. Mr. Dean stood outside the curtain and said, "Mr. Shigambala, you can go in by yourself. Let your people wait outside. I know the rules." Shigambala nodded, then tightened the mink fur coat on his body. He took a leather case from the guard behind him, then opened the curtain and walked in. 2 rows of lit candles were enough to make the interior very bright. Shigambala could easily see Master Ching, who was visiting this time. He sat cross-legged on a praying mat. His hair was gray, but his face looked quite young, making it impossible to determine his true age. Moreover, Master Ching was an otherworldly expert who had all kinds of incredible means. In addition to Master Ching, there was another cold-faced, short-haired woman in the tent. She was a rare beauty. At least when Shigambala saw her for the first time, he was fascinated by her. But it was this thin woman who had terrifying skills that were not inferior to Mr. Dean. Shigambala was naturally no longer fascinated by her. Such a woman was not someone he could control. "Greetings, Master Ching." Shigambala was quite respectful, and then greeted the woman. "Miss Gong, we meet again. Sit down. I have nothing to greet you here." Master Ching waved his hand. "There are some tea leaves that you can taste. They are newly picked after the spring rain in the Jiangnan area." Shigambala said, "Master Ching, tea and chat is not enough? Let's talk about serious things first. This time, I'm here to ask you to help me find something." "Please say." So Shigambala put the suitcase in his hand on the blanket, and the opening was facing Master Ching. Then he stared at Master Ching's eyes and slowly opened the suitcase. "Master Ching, do you recognize this thing?" There was a photo pasted on one side of the suitcase, and there was a box at the bottom. Master Ching's gaze fell on the photo. After staring at it for a moment, there was a slight change in his gaze, and he muttered to himself. His fingers began to pinch, which seemed to be some kind of arithmetic hand gesture. "How is it, Master Ching? This is Fuxi Niwa stone." Mr. Ching stopped pinching, but at this time he was looking at the box in the suitcase. "Yes," Shigambala nodded. "This is the sacred object of our Golden family. When it was passed down to the 4th generation of Heshawat prince, it was missing. Until today, our Golden family has never given up on finding the sacred object. God has not let us down. We finally have some clues. Master, continue to look." Master Ching waved his hand at this time, and Miss Gong who was waiting behind him, went straight forward. She reached for the box in the suitcase and gave it back. According to legend, the Fushi Niwa stone is a naturally formed yin and yang stone. The yang stone is like the male root, and the yin stone is like the female root. The two stones intersect naturally and form one, which means the intersection of yin and yang. Legend has it that it even contains the mystery of life. In the past, Prince Heshuat used the appearance of the Fushi Niwa stone as a model to build two wonders, the Human Root Peak and the Mother Gate Cave, for the people to worship. Master Qing stroked the box in his arms, but he was not in a hurry to open it, as if he was thinking about something. In addition, the Golden Family has another sacred object, the Gala Gem Seal, which is shaped like a seal. The seal is the double azure dragon game fire pearl, which seems to have been lost. You are indeed Master Qing. Your knowledge is amazing. Shigambala looked at the box and said, I bought the item in this box from an antique merchant. It's a scroll written in ancient Persian. After reading it, it mentioned a strange stone. It looks like a sacred item of my tribe. It is said that this object was found in an ancient tomb, but you went there, right? Then you came back with heavy casualties, Master Qing suddenly said. Shigambala nodded. That's right. In the cemetery, my people encountered many strange things. In the end, none of them survived. The electronic device didn't even detect anything. It only left a message from Eagle in the last call for help. Later, I sent 3 groups of people there, but none of them came back. You want me to help you get the sacred object from this ancient tomb. Although I can't be sure whether the sacred object is in the ancient tomb, I guess that even if it is not, there must be more clues about it. Shigambala nodded. Yes, I do want to ask you to help me. I know that the people around you are all talented people. Maybe they can find a way. Of course, in this ancient tomb exploration, no matter if there is any harvest or not, I will not treat you badly. Without much consideration, Master Qing said calmly, Leave the box. After 3 days, I will send someone to contact you. You can go back first. Shigambala was a little hesitant, but when he thought about how this Master Qing had done all kinds of unbelievable things since he mysteriously appeared on the grassland a few months ago, he finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Then I'll wait for Master Qing's news. I won't go far. I'll stay in a nearby town temporarily. See the guest out. Master Qing waved his hand. After Shigambala's team left, Mr. Du returned to Master Qing's tent. After looking at Miss Gong, he lowered his head in front of Master Qing and said, My lord, are you really going to help Shigambala find the sacred object of the Golden Family? Master Qing said slowly, Kelowna, we can't go back in a short time, so we need more land. Otherwise, we can't settle those Dao monsters who came with us. This place is close to Kelowna, and the spiritual energy here is not bad. Although Shinryu of Kelowna blocked the spiritual energy from leaking out of Kelowna, I can still move some of it out. If we want to survive, we still need to rely on resources. Yes, Mr. Du nodded. Shigambala and the family behind him have a huge power in the grassland. If we can cooperate with him, it will make things easier for us. Master Qing said slowly, Why is the administration of Kelowna growing stronger day by day? That's because it has a huge national machine behind it. This is something worth learning. Humans and demons don't have to be completely separated. If you still follow Lai Caixing's point of view, it might not be suitable for you to follow me in the future. No, since we chose to follow you, we will follow your wishes first. Master Qing sighed slowly. Since I accepted the heaven's heart he left behind, I won't destroy what he wanted to do. You can rest assured. Miss Gong suddenly said, My lord, who are you going to send to explore the ancient tomb this time? Master Qing said, I plan to go myself. I'm more or less interested in the sacred object of the Golden Family. Also, after I calculated with the Xiantian divination, I found that this trip is a bit dangerous. I'm a bit worried about sending someone else. Miss Gong said, Then I'll go pack up and go with you. Master Ching shook his head and said, "No, Du Lin can go with me this time. You stay here. I have other things for you to do." "My lord, please tell me." "You." When Master Ching was about to speak, he suddenly frowned, and his expression changed slightly. Mr. Du and Miss Gong didn't understand. Master Ching stood up without saying a word, then walked out of the tent and looked up at the sky. The weather on the grassland was unpredictable. At this time, the sky in the distance was covered with dark clouds, making the sky look gloomy. A sound like the wind and some kind of crying came from afar. It was faintly discernible and revealed a kind of sadness. However, all of this disappeared, and the sky on the grassland became clear again. It was the same for Kelowna, which was further away. What was that sound just now? It was really uncomfortable. Miss Gong frowned. Master Ching was mumbling at this time, and his fingers were forming hand gestures quickly. His expression became more and more serious. After a while, he stopped and frowned again. At this time, his eyes were golden. If one listened carefully, one could even hear the heart of Grandmaster Ching beating with a strange rhythm. "My lord, did you see something?" "Mr. Du." Du Lin asked in a low voice. Master Ching said seriously, "The human race should be flourishing, and it should usher in an era of prosperity for the human race. However, I don't know why the dragon vein in Kelowna suddenly became active just now, and it completely messed up Kelowna's fate. Also, Master Ching muttered to himself, "I vaguely felt that it was declining. However, there seemed to be a special mystery hidden in that decline. Now that it has returned to normal, I can't tell if it is good or bad. Perhaps something happened in Kelowna." "Then, are we still going to the ancient tomb in Persia?" Du Lin asked quickly. Master Ching suddenly said, "Let's go. If we can find the holy item of the Golden Family, it will be very useful to me. Now that Kelowna's fate is uncertain, this holy item will be more useful than I thought." "Is this holy item of the Golden Family really that important?" Miss Gong didn't understand. Master Ching said, "It is not only the holy item of the Golden Family, but also the holy item of the entire human race in Kelowna. You have to know that in the past, this was Kelowna's territory. The Great Khan was the ruler of a dynasty. One of the 12 dragon veins in Kelowna is hidden here. After imprinting Shinryu's hand on the parchment, it slowly disappeared. After a moment of dizziness, a wave of tiredness came, but after a few breaths, his body returned to normal. Long Shura thought to herself, maybe it's because I'm in the inhuman realm and can't replenish my energy. I still have more than half of my energy left. It can't be because I'm old. Miss Long, are you planning to go back now?" Boss Luo asked when Shinryu of Kelowna was in a daze. "Ah, what did you say?" Long Shirua was stunned. Boss Luo said patiently, "Miss Long, are you planning to take Fafnir away now?" Kelowna of Shinryu looked at Golden Dragon, who was still lying on the floor. Golden Dragon's eyes twitched, and then he sat up with a whoosh sound. At this moment, the true dragon of godly land blinked, and then, without thinking, he quickly punched Fafnir's head. So, before the Golden Dragon could even say a line to wake up, he lay back down again. Miss Long looked at the curious gazes around her and clenched her fists. "Sorry, I don't know why, but I couldn't control myself. That's really—" Boss Luo smiled at this moment, Miss Long style. It's just that this guy is too annoying. I'm not an unreasonable person." Kelowna of Shinryu of Kelowna sounded a little anxious. Then his expression changed. He turned around and waved his hand, directly sucking the living room door open. "Who's there?" Outside the living room door, there was a girl in pajamas hugging a pillow. She was at a loss and looked at him with a frightened expression. This girl was the girl who fell into the Lost Rift with Boss Luomina. ######PS. The next chapter will be later. Chapter 1373. Send this batch of artworks to the farm for storage first. Beiligin was directing his clansmen to pack and transport the last batch of intact objects. At this time, the castle had been completely cleaned up. Now only a flat piece of land was left. For the vampires of this clan, instead of rebuilding the damaged castle, it was better to completely flatten it and then build a new one. It was more in line with their pursuit of art. Beiligin. At this moment, a figure slowly descended from the night sky. When the huge bat wings folded and then disappeared, what appeared was a handsome face. The vampire Busby, whose beauty could be listed in the top 5 of the Tordo clan. Busby, you are finally back. Beiligin smiled and said, It seems that in this short day, you seem to have experienced a lot of things. It was obvious that Busby had changed into new clothes, but if he needed to change clothes, it meant that the original clothes were not good or had been damaged. It was after noticing this that the acting Grand Duke asked this question. Indeed, I have encountered a lot of things. I was just about to report to you. Busby walked in front of Beiligin. When I was in the crack, I encountered the active fangs. I don't know why, but the lost fangs stopped moving, and a large area of thick fog appeared around it. It seemed to be protected by some kind of power, and I couldn't enter. Well, I see. Beiligin nodded and didn't seem to care much about the things in the crack. Instead, he said, Since you are back, I can also leave this place temporarily. You want to go out? Busby frowned. Beiligin said casually, I have made an appointment with a few old friends. I need to go to the modern world for some things. It's quite urgent, so I will leave the things here to you for the time being. Don't worry, the golden dragon won't come again. I know. Busby nodded. How long will it take for you to come back? I will come back when I'm done, Beiligin said with a relaxed face. Is there anything else? No. Busby shook his head. Beiligin smiled and walked to Busby's side, reaching out to adjust his collar. He lifted the collar of his shirt and glanced at it casually. Then he swept it flat and swept it over Busby's shoulder. Everything was done in one go. Only then did Beiligin slowly say, During my absence, if anyone comes looking for me, just say that I went out to search for the golden dragon. In any case, such a large castle has been destroyed, so they can't help but believe it. Who will come for you? Busby frowned again. I'm not sure. Bailgang said calmly, maybe they're friends, maybe they're enemies, but they probably won't make a move. If they do come, just treat them well. If they say they're leaving right away, don't stop them. I understand. The upper-class nobles are currently settling down in the farm. Tell them to behave. If you see any disobedient ones, you can kill one as you please. Busby was slightly shocked. Beiligin had always taken a very gentle approach to managing the clan, but this time, did you hear that? He asked in a low voice. I heard you. Busby sighed and nodded. Okay, that's all for now. Beiligin patted Busby's shoulder and smiled slightly. Finally, he reminded him, By the way, remember to eat on time. Don't starve yourself. Remember, you're the vampire. Busby couldn't help but be startled. But time didn't wait for him to carefully figure out the meaning of these words. Beiligin had already left directly and silently disappeared from his sight. What was left was only a scepter. In the Torito clan, as the Grand Duke's token, Beiligin had always been in charge of it. It was the basis for exercising the Grand Duke's authority. He silently looked at the scepter in his hand. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, a group of clan vampires patrolled over. When they saw Busby, they immediately bowed. When they saw the scepter in Busby's hand, all of them were shocked. His Highness Beiligin will be away for a while. I'll be in charge of the token for now. Busby glanced at the vampires. If there's anything, please tell us, Sir Busby. All the vampires replied in unison. As expected, he was the most trusted vassal of the Grand Duke. Now that Beiligin had temporarily left, Busby taking over the token didn't surprise the vampires too much. Although there was a slight discrepancy in the rules, Prince Beiligin had always been someone who didn't care about the rules. All the vampires were relieved. Busby thought for a while and gave the first order. Inform all the upper and middle nobles in the farm. From now on, until the Grand Duke returns, all high-grade crops are banned. The daily diet will be changed to the regular pure blood supply. All the vampires suddenly looked at each other. They couldn't answer. This would cause all the upper and middle nobles, especially the upper nobles, to be strongly dissatisfied. You just need to convey what I said. Busby said indifferently, if there's anything else, I'll deal with it. Don't ignore the token in my hand, gentlemen. How dare we? We'll convey it right away. After dismissing all the vampires, Busby put away the scepter. He directly spread his bat wings and flew toward the farm. Looking at the girl standing at the door, hugging a pillow and wearing loose clothes, Kelowna's Shinryu subconsciously opened his mouth. Who is this? Miss Mina. Boss Luo stood up at this time. It's so late. What's the matter? You are. Mina looked at Boss Luo in front of her and was startled. After a few you are, she opened her mouth wide. It's you. I changed back to my original clothes. Boss Luo chuckled and walked over. Did I scare you? The girl nodded first, then shook her head. She couldn't help but look at Luaccio in front of her, as if she really wanted to distinguish whether the person in the crack was the same person as the one now. Why is there another one? Kelowna's Shinryu muttered at this time. The meaning was unclear. Sister Long, what do you mean there's another one? The little butterfly asked curiously. Kelowna's Shinryu directly stretched out his claws, grabbed a piece of cake and stuffed it into the little butterfly's mouth. Don't talk! Didn't you say you can digest it? Just eat it. Woo-woo. Oh. The little butterfly, who was happily eating the cake, silently thanked the boss in her heart. After the girl was invited into the living room and sat down, the girl slowly said the reason for her visit. At this time, Kelowna's Shinryu and the little butterfly shrank to the side and looked back and forth with their eyes. So, it's because you can't sleep because of nightmares, so you want to find Mr. Norman. Boss Luo listened to the girl's explanation and said, but Mr. Norman doesn't seem to be back yet. It's okay. I can wait here for brother. The girl quickly said, Milo-chan and this Maria. Miss Teresa? What happened to them? They. Miss Maid smiled at this time. Teresa seemed to be attacked by a vampire and sucked a lot of blood, so she fainted. As for the other one, he fainted because of an unfortunate incident. Again? Mina was confused. Why did he say again? Yes. Miss Maid covered her mouth and chuckled. Kelowna's Shinryu's eyes suddenly twitched. Then he suddenly thought of something and whispered in the ear of the little butterfly. Don't trust this woman in the future. She's very bad. The girl Mina was still confused, but she seemed to be more concerned about another thing. Right, you're Miss Teresa. She was attacked by a noble master, is it true? But isn't Miss Teresa also a noble master? This we don't know either. Miss Maid narrowed her eyes and then served a cup of flower tea to the girl. Right, at night here, can you walk around freely? You should be staying in the dormitory, right? The girl's hands paused slightly as she took the cup. Then she said with a natural expression, yes, because sometimes Mina would also come here to contribute to her brother. Brother also said that if I want to come here, I can come here at any time. But I have to come quietly. I can't let the dormitory supervisor find out. It seems that Mr. Norman really likes you, Miss Mina. Boss Luo smiled casually at this time. Yes, brother likes me the most. The girl said happily, Mina also likes brother the most. You have a good relationship. Boss Luo nodded. I think Mr. Norman should be back soon. Miss Mina, why don't you wait here for a while? But they? The girl looked suspiciously at the two strangers in the living room, Kelowna Shinryu and the little butterfly monster. But before Boss Luo responded, the girl suddenly said, I know. These two were also chosen by the noble master to be pampered tonight, right? In simple words, it seemed that Kelowna Shinryu and the little butterfly monster were her companions in the farm. Pampered. What nonsense are you talking about? Kelowna Shinryu's reaction was unusually fierce. He glared and said fiercely, "Little girl, watch your mouth. Don't talk nonsense or misfortune may befall you." This made the little butterfly demon very scared, but it didn't make the young girl afraid. Instead, she giggled and said in a sweet voice, "This sister's character is very interesting. Is it a character that is very easy to be shy? Is it a character that says otherwise, but her body is very honest? But I don't think I've seen this sister before, and she seems to be a bit old. Will she taste good?" The face of the true dragon of the divine land suddenly turned livid. After that, he returned to normal. He just said lightly, "Hey, profiteer, I'm going to tear this place down and kill this little girl. Do you have anything to say?" Boss Luo certainly had something to say. He looked at Longshaw and smiled, then looked at the girl and said unhurriedly, "Actually, she's a good person, not as bad as you said. And, just like Mr. Norman specially chose you, different individuals have different tastes." Shinryu snorted and turned his face away. This profiteer was getting more and more presumptuous, but she understood that this girl was not as simple as she looked, or things were not as simple as they seemed. This profiteer seemed to be responding to the girl's words. She didn't know if she would spoil this profiteer's plan if she said more. Bah, what's the big deal if I spoil it? But, as the saying goes, those who eat from others have no right to speak. Anyway, she did get a lot of help today, so she should give this profiteer some face. Anyway, this profiteer was not a citizen of Kelowna, so he could do whatever he wanted. This shop was so powerful. The expenses must be very high, so he had to keep doing business to maintain it. It seemed to be very hard in her heart. She had many reasons to convince herself, and at the same time, she reached for the cup and drank some water. "That's true." The girl smiled sweetly and nodded, but then she suddenly said, "But if you want to change your taste, you're welcome to come to Mina any time." With that, the girl slowly opened her clothes on her shoulders and tilted her head to one side, letting her neck relax completely. Then her face blushed. "I feel that if it's you, you'll be very gentle to Mina." Puff! Shinryu on Kelowna spat out a cloud of water from his mouth. Shinryu, who didn't really choke, widened his eyes and looked back and forth between Mina and Boss Luo. "Well, thank you for your invitation, Miss Mina." Boss Luo smiled. "Of course, if you really want to, I don't think I'll refuse. Where's your integrity? Profiteer, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You actually have the heart to do this to such a young girl. Last time when I turned into a child, it was also like this. It seemed like you also liked the young butterfly monster very much. Is it because you have some kind of weird fetish?" At this moment, Mina smiled sweetly again. Her smile was as beautiful as a flower, looking innocent and pure. "You're really bad. You actually returned the question to me." But Mina was just joking. "Because Mina belongs to Big Brother, I won't offer myself to other nobles. Are you angry? Mina's character is actually a naughty girl." "Of course not." Boss Luo smiled. "It's my honor to see Miss Mina's naughty side. All right, since Mr. Norman hasn't come back yet, and Miss Mina seems to be more energetic, why don't we do something else? What do you think?" "Well, okay," the girl replied sweetly, then lightly sucked on her finger and said, "But what should we do?" "The second diary that we picked up before, do you want to continue reading it?" Boss Luo said casually, "I've already read it. I don't know if Miss Mina is interested in continuing to listen to the rest of the content." The girl kicked her feet, thought for a while, and said, "I don't want to think about it. The content of that diary is so boring." "Well, noble master, why don't we play a game?" "Game?" Boss Luo didn't feel it was a pity. He just asked curiously, "What kind of game?" The young girl's face was full of joy as she said, "Mina, I recently learned a very fun game. It's called King's Game. The more people, the more fun it is. Noble master, do you want to play this game together?" "King, game." Boss Luo looked at the girl and seemed to have encountered something interesting, so he smiled and said, "Yes, we can play." I'll go and prepare the props. Miss Maid smiled and went to find the game props. What's the king's game? At this time, the true dragon of the divine land quietly pulled the little butterfly monster to the side, almost touching her ear, and asked in a low voice. Brainiac Butterfly said, "It's a kind of interactive poker game. In the game, the king's orders are absolute, and the participants have to obey the king's orders unconditionally. The specific rules are those are the rules. Sisterlong, do you want to play?" However, the true dragon of the divine land did not seem to have heard him at all. He muttered softly, "Order absolutely anything, anything?" She swallowed her saliva. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS 126. Chapter 1374. The King's Game. As the name suggested, the king's orders were absolute, and the players couldn't disobey. But when the king selected the numbers, he didn't know who was holding the numbers. It was a completely random game. But the specific rules of the game depended on the number of players and the rules set at that time. Excluding the golden dragon, who was knocked out by Kelowna Shinryu again, and Teresa, who lost a lot of blood, there were only 5 people in the living room who were participating in the game. The master and servant of the club, Kelowna Shinryu, and the little butterfly monster, and the girl Mina. The chances of becoming the king were equal, and everyone had a 20% chance. The rule was that the king could randomly select 1 to 2 numbers to carry out the order, although they couldn't confirm who was holding the numbers. But if the king chose 2 people to carry out the order, then among the remaining 4 players, there was a 50% chance that they could pick a specific person to carry out the order. Kelowna Shinryu, who wasn't very good at math, after the little butterfly monster's simple analysis, he saw more tricks and concluded the essence of this game. As long as they were lucky, everything would be over. Master Noble, before the game starts, we need to set some rules. This game is slightly different from the usual, the king's game. At this time, the young girl, Mina, picked out the 4 colors of A, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a king of spades from the cards that the servant girl had found. There were a total of 21 cards, and she casually shuffled them in her hands. "Miss Mina, please go ahead." Boss Luo nodded with a smile. Mina slowly said, "Right now, Mina has a total of 21 cards in her hand. The rules of dealing cards are the same as in normal games. Whoever gets dealt the king, which represents the king, will naturally be the king. But I will only give out 20 cards each time. If the remaining card is the king of spades, then the cards won't be shuffled and dealt again. Instead, according to the order of the cards being dealt, the person with the last card will draw and automatically become the king. If it isn't the king of spades, then it will be the next card to be dealt. In other words, there will be a person with 5 cards at the beginning. 24 color cards. Miss Maid suddenly smiled and said, "In this way, the numbers will be repeated. It is also possible that the same person has 4 numbers. In this case, the probability of carrying out the king's order is very high." Wrong. Unexpectedly, the girl smiled sweetly and said, "The probability of carrying out the king's order may be as high as 100%. The little butterfly thought for a moment and said, "There are 5 of us. If there are 20 cards, each of us can only hold 4 at most, right? But weren't there a total of 5 numbers from A to 5? How can it reach 100%? Kelowna's Shinryu didn't say anything. Instead, he secretly placed his hands under the table. Kindergarten's ultimate math skill, counting fingers. I can't count them all, because there are new rules to be added. The girl giggled and said, "First, if there is a king, after the 20 cards are dealt, the holder of the king's card can't show it immediately, because the next step is the second step. I call it Fate's Correction." Fate's Correction? Boss Luo asked curiously. It sounds interesting. What's the specific content? The girl said, "After the king is born, according to the order of the cards being dealt, each family can designate another family to draw a card. Listen, In the process of drawing cards according to the order of spades, hearts, clubs, diamonds, spades and hearts, clubs and diamonds, the cards with the same numbers can be thrown out to eliminate them. Otherwise, they need to be kept. In addition, if you have cards that can be thrown out as a team at the beginning, you need to wait until the cards are officially drawn before you can throw them out. I see, Boss Luo thought for a moment and said, "That's true. The execution rate may reach 100%. Miss Mina's way of playing. Isn't she afraid of getting caught in her own trap?" Miss Maid chuckled at this time. "But if you're lucky, you can directly become a king. Then you won't have any cards in hand and will be in a completely safe situation." The little butterfly monster blinked at this time. "Kelowna's Shinryu. Can't count them all with my fingers." Wait a moment. But Kelowna's Shinryu could still understand a little. You said that if the last card is the king, then it will automatically be held by one of the families. But in this case, isn't the identity of the king exposed from the beginning? Won't this contradict with your so-called fate's correction? Nope. The girl giggled and said, "Even if I know that you have the king's card, I may not be able to draw it. Besides, isn't fate the same at the beginning? In the past, the person who succeeded the throne was also known by the people at the beginning. Then there was a coup d'etat and the regime changed. Isn't that fate's correction? So, after hearing these rules, noble master, do you still want to play this game?" "What are the specific restrictions of the instructions?" Boss Luo asked with a smile, "and the content of the punishment." "That's true." The girl smiled and said, "If the requirements of the instructions are too excessive, then the original meaning of the game will be lost. After all, if the people who participate in the game can't feel the fun of the game and instead develop a mentality of disgust, then it's meaningless. Since it's a game that everyone participates in together, why don't we each set a restriction rule? But the last person to set the rule can't propose a rule like, 'All the above rules are cancelled,' or 'The previous rule is cancelled,' which will make the restrictions invalid. As for the punishment, I got it." The girl hurriedly ran out. Not long after, she ran back with a small bottle of liquid in her hand. This is a paint developed by a plant that grows in a very special place. Once it comes into contact with the skin, it won't be able to be washed clean even after half a month. As for punishment, the king will write at least 7 words on the punisher's face. Childish. Kelowna Shinryu snorted. Then she felt inexplicably relieved. "I see. This punishment is good." Boss Luo nodded. "Then 1 rule for each. It's relatively fair." "In that case, let's confirm again. Does everyone want to participate in this game? Only after you decide to participate can you start to set the rules. And once you decide to participate, you're not allowed to quit." The girl slowly raised her hand and said softly, "I'll participate." Seeing this, the boss and the servant girl smiled at each other and then slowly raised their hands. "It's interesting. I'll play too." The little butterfly girl raised her hand without thinking. The last one left was Kelowna's Shinryu. Under everyone's gazes, she felt extremely pressured. But in the end, she still raised her hand indifferently. "Let's just consider it as killing time." "Then, let's start to set the rules. 1 rule for each. I'll start first." The girl thought for a while and rolled her eyes. Rule 1. If the punisher can't complete the order or refuses to complete the order, they can choose to carry out the punishment or take off a piece of clothing to offset the punishment. But it's only limited to underwear. Vulgar! Shinryu snorted. She counted the clothes on her body. Surprisingly, there were a lot. This way, Miss Mina seems to be at a disadvantage. The servant girl covered her mouth and laughed. This girl was only wearing a nightgown. What if all the clothes are taken off? That's true. The girl thought for a while and then looked at her own clothes. Then it's only limited to underwear. Miss Mina is really confident. Boss Luo smiled casually. Then, Rule 2. You're allowed to veto the order twice. But the 3rd time, you have to carry out the order no matter what, and you won't be punished. How about that? Okay, The girl nodded and smiled. You're so nice. You really know how to relieve the pressure of the participants. Boss Luo just smiled and didn't say anything. In this case, the servant girl smiled. Rule 3. There can't be any physical contact in the order. It's not so fun. It feels like it's less fun. The girl shook her head with a pitiful look, but the third rule didn't seem to be refuted, so she said helplessly, since the third rule is set, who will go first? Kelowna Shinryu glanced at the little butterfly girl. The little butterfly girl blinked her eyes and pointed at herself. Me first? Then, the fourth rule, no one is allowed to be angry and keep smiling. She actually wasted a chance to make a rule, this brainless butterfly girl with big breasts. Did I say something wrong? Feeling Sister Long's sharp gaze, the little butterfly girl couldn't help but look at the servant girl and the boss for help. No, I think it's good. Boss Luo smiled. Anyway, the game is for fun. I agree. Kelowna Shinryu rolled her eyes. She still had to rely on herself. She quickly went through the 4 rules in her mind. Finally, she thought about it and slowly said, Fifth, the command must only be completed within this living room. You are not allowed to use any means to cause the effect to exceed the boundaries of this living room. They looked at the Shinryu in surprise. Long Shirua felt uncomfortable and frowned. What? Do you have a problem with that? No. The young girl, Mina, shook her head. Then, she said with a look of surprise on her face, In fact, I should say that these rules are too normal. In fact, they are a little unexpected. I thought this Annie's rule would be more. Forget it, that's it. Andy, this little brat. Calm down, the great Kelowna Shinryu shouldn't argue with a little brat. It's not good for her status. Calm down. Thus, the rules and conditions were made. At this time, the girl began to pick up the cards and continued to shuffle them. Before we officially start, there are 2 additional points. The dealer has to be changed after every game. Secondly, you're not allowed to use your abilities to peek at the cards. After all, Mina isn't like a noble lord who has magical abilities. She's just an ordinary human. Of course, if noble lords want to use their abilities, Mina won't know. There's nothing she can do, so even if Mina is bullied, she can only accept it obediently. Don't worry, I will follow the rules. Boss Luo nodded, then looked at Kelowna Shinryu and said, Miss Long, you will also follow the rules. I don't want to play this kind of dirty trick with a little girl. Then please start. Boss Luo directly made an inviting gesture to the girl. Thus, before the cards were dealt, the girl smiled and said, So, do you want to cut the cards? No need, Boss Luo said casually. Kelowna Shinryu, who had just finished his words, folded his arms. The little butterfly monster looked at the cards in the girl's hand with expectation. Miss Maid calmly poured the freshly changed flower tea for everyone at the table. At this time, the girl skillfully shuffled the cards, then flicked her finger. A 3 of hearts popped out from the deck in her hand and put it in her mouth as a counting card. Why does she look so experienced? Kelowna Shinryu couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Suddenly he said, Wait, I'll cut the cards. The girl smiled and didn't say anything, handing the cards in front of him. Kelowna Shinryu casually folded the cards and gave them back. The girl took the cards and counted according to the 3 of hearts. She started counting from herself, and the last one was the little butterfly monster sitting next to her. Miss Maid started to distribute the cards. The order was Miss Maid, Long Shirua, Luo Dance, Mina, Luachio. Wow. When the cards were in front of the little butterfly monster, she couldn't wait to grab them in her hand. Kelowna Shinryu leaned back slightly, squinting his eyes and turning his eyeballs to the right. The little butterfly monster slightly pouted, directly covering the first card on her chest. Sister Long, don't be shameless. Zhongshan Butterfly. Kelowna Shinryu rolled his eyes. Cards were distributed in front of the participants, one by one. Not long after, The 20 cards were all dealt out. The young girl smiled and revealed the last card that had not been dealt out in front of everyone. Ace of Spades automatically fell into Kelowna Shinryu's deck. Mr. Shinryu's face naturally turned black. The first round. Mina. 3 of hearts, 3 of clubs, 4 of spades, 5 of diamonds. Little butterfly monster. 2 of hearts, 2 of clubs, 2 of diamonds, 4 of diamonds. Miss Maid. King of spades, 2 of spades, 5 of spades, A of clubs. Luaccio. A of hearts, 5 of hearts, 4 of clubs, 5 of clubs. Kelowna Shinryu. 3 of spades, 4 of hearts, A of diamonds, 3 of diamonds, A of spades, exposed card. Kelowna Shinryu held the 4 cards in front of his eyes. Then he casually placed the exposed card, A of spades, on the leftmost position. Come on. A of spades is here. The girl said, well, let's start the fates correction. The first person to distribute cards will draw cards. The order of drawing cards is the order of the same row. First, Miss Maid. Seeing Miss Maid stretched out her hand without hesitation, Kelowna Shinryu nodded, secretly. Come on, A of spades is here. Unexpectedly, Miss Maid just looked at her master and casually drew a card from Boss Luo's deck. Ah, my luck is good. I can eliminate a pair. She put the 5 of spades in her hand and the 5 of hearts from Boss Luo's hand into a pair, and then threw them out. TSK, you don't have A of hearts. Shinryu pursed his lips. It was her turn to draw cards. Seeing that the profiteer and the scheming maid only had 3 cards left in their hands, the true dragon of the godly land, who had no intention of being charitable, simply grabbed a random card from the little butterfly monster's hand. 2 of hearts. 6 cards. Shinryu's face darkened. So it was Little Butterfly's turn. Little Butterfly looked at the 6 cards in Sister Long's hand, looked at the 3 cards in the hands of Boss Luo and Sister Yi, and the 4 cards in Mina's hand. She bit her finger and looked at Kelowna Shinryu while stretching out her hand towards Boss Luo's deck. Little Butterfly lowered her head under Kelowna Shinryu's gaze and instantly drew a card from Boss Luo's deck. Then she quickly threw out a 2 of diamonds and a 2 of clubs. Then she looked at the new card and found that it was actually a 4 of clubs. She assembled the cards and threw them out, Little Butterfly's current cards. 0 hashtag 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 PS. The next chapter will be later. Chapter 1375. After the butterfly demon threw out 2 pairs of combo consecutively, the number of cards in her hand had changed to 0. This meant that before the game officially started, she was already in an absolutely safe position. Only Mina and Boss Luo hadn't drawn any cards. Kelowna Shinryu didn't need to use her fingers to determine the number of cards in everyone's hands. She already had 6 cards, and she didn't have the king card. She even had the ace of spades. At present, Mina, who hadn't drawn a card, still had 4 cards. Luo Chiu, who also hadn't drawn a card, had 2 cards left because he had been drawn twice in a row. Miss Maid had 3 cards. Now it's my turn. The girl's eyes swept back and forth between the remaining 3 cards at this time, and then she chuckled. Actually, there are some tricks to playing this game. For example, in this case, I don't have the king card in my hand, and I have already won in advance. Then the king card is easier to lock. Sure enough, it's more advantageous to draw the aristocrat's card. For Boss Luo, who had 2 cards left, if one of them was the king card, then the probability of drawing it would become 50%. Of course, it was also possible that there wasn't any, and thus the Boss Luo would be in a very advantageous situation with only 1 card left. The girl was very likely to have 5 cards that couldn't be combined, which would increase her danger. Of course, this also required her to say that she didn't have the king card as a foundation at the beginning. If this was just a lie, then it would be another situation, the most advantageous situation for the girl. Perhaps the girl also had a card in her hand that could match the ace of spades. In this case, it seemed possible to eliminate one card by drawing the card in Kelowna Shinryu's hand. But obviously, the benefits were far less than drawing cards from Luocho's hand. Besides, even if the two cards in Boss Luo's hand didn't have the king card, the girl still had the possibility of drawing numbers that could match the cards in her deck. Another situation was that the girl had a card that could match Long Shiruo's revealed card. But in order to ensure that the revealed card would be in Long Shiruo's hands, she didn't want to draw it above. The little butterfly monster had already thrown away all the cards in her hand and was lying on Kelowna Shinryu's shoulder, her chest pressed down as she looked at the cards in her sister Long's hand and made an analysis. Kelowna Shinryu, whose shoulders were getting heavier and heavier, couldn't help but tremble. She wanted to throw a tantrum, but she still had to maintain a smile. Rule number 4. Don't get angry, keep smiling. This lousy game, who invented it? I wonder what cards you have left. Seeing that the girl had already extended her hand towards the boss, the little butterfly monster looked on curiously. Noble master, I'm sorry. The girl smiled and looked at the card she drew, then said happily, My luck seems to be good. Then the girl threw out 2 cards, 5 of clubs and 5 of diamonds. The girl's turn ended, and the number of cards she had was 3. Finally, it was Boss Luo's turn. There's only one left. Boss Luo looked at the cards in his hand and smiled. My luck is also good. I wonder if I can draw a matching card in the end. Then, the boss's targets were the girl, Miss Maid, and Kelowna Shinryu. Do you want to pick mine? Miss Maid looked at Boss Luo with a gentle smile at this time. Boss Luo smiled. Well, I already have a target. I'll draw yours next time. Yeah, that's a pity. Miss Maid was still smiling. With such a smile, Boss Luo looked at Kelowna Shinryu. Miss Long, can you give me your leftmost card? My card. This profiteer actually knew Kelowna Shinryu tilted his head as if he couldn't bear the boss's gaze. Humph! What, do you think I'm a sore loser? I don't care about this kind of cheap charity. Of course not. Boss Luo smiled. I really want this card in your hand. If you want it, then take it. Shinryu put the leftmost card on the table and pushed it towards Boss Luo. Boss Luo took the card and glanced at it. Then he smiled and threw out the 2 cards in his hand. I have no more cards in my hand. Thank you, Miss Long. Damn profiteer! Kelowna Shinryu didn't know what to feel at this moment. His legs stopped shaking, as if he was dumbfounded. The first round, Destiny's Correction, ended. Mina. 3 of hearts, 3 of clubs, 4 of spades, 3 cards, little butterfly monster. 0 cards, Miss Maid, King of spades, 2 of spades, A of clubs, 3 cards, Luocho. 0 cards, Kelowna Shinryu, 3 of spades, 4 of hearts, A of diamonds, 3 of diamonds, for cards. Miss Maid played the king card in her hand, the king of spades. First round, I'm the king. How? Kelowna Shinryu shuddered. Miss Maid congratulated at this time, then laughed. But this aristocrat can only choose 2 numbers from 1 to 2. If 2 numbers are held by the same person, the other number is also safe. 2 numbers are in my hand. What do you mean? Kelowna Shinryu frowned. Miss Maid said naturally, Of course, I have to complete 2 orders. Isn't it exciting? Auntie, are you not going to play? Huh. Kelowna Shinryu shrugged, looking relaxed. Then let's start, Your Majesty. Miss Maid's eyes swept back and forth between the girl and the true dragon. Then she smiled and said, At present, in addition to this king card, there are still 2, 3, and 4 of spades, 3 and 4 of hearts, 3 and 4 of clubs, and 3 of diamonds. These 9 cards are suddenly a little difficult to choose. Wait you. Kelowna Shinryu opened his mouth, then closed it. This scheming maid actually remembered the cards. What's wrong, Miss Long? Miss Maid asked softly. I said, Hurry up if you want to give orders. Don't dilly-dally. Miss Maid chuckled, then slowly said, Then the first one I choose is hearts. Miss Maid was still innocent, but Kelowna Shinryu was expressionless. This little trick obviously wouldn't work to make her nervous and reveal her true identity. Miss Maid couldn't help but think. This scheming maid only had this little trick. Unexpectedly, there was a little butterfly monster behind Kelowna Shinryu. When Miss Maid said the 2 words of hearts, the little butterfly monster's expression immediately tightened. 3. Miss Maid's voice fell. Miss Mina was still smiling. Kelowna Shinryu was still expressionless. The little butterfly monster's expression relaxed. Immediately, Miss Maid said quickly, and 4 of hearts. Hearing this, Kelowna Shinryu was stunned at first, then looked at her own cards. Suddenly, she turned her head and looked at the little butterfly monster behind her. She looked at the little butterfly monster's expression, which meant that she was a traitor, and she felt uncomfortable. "You forget it." Long Shirua sighed. "From the next round, stay away from me." So the little butterfly monster, who was sweating profusely, quickly nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. Miss Maid began to exercise the power of a king. 3 of hearts. Please say the name of your second favorite person. Miss Maid narrowed her eyes. 4 of hearts. Let's have a dance performance. Of course, because of the second rule, you can also be exempted from this order. My second favorite is my brother, Miss Mina said without thinking. My first favorite is also my brother. Third, fourth, fifth, all of them. My favorite is still my brother. Obviously, she didn't intend to use her immunity. Brother? Boss Luo suddenly said. The girl nodded. Yes, brother. Boss Luo smiled and didn't say anything. At this moment, oh, Miss Long is 4 of hearts. I didn't expect it. Miss Maid looked at her with surprise. If the order is too difficult, so annoying. But she had to keep smiling. The 4th rule. Dance, right? Kelowna Shinryu stood up expressionlessly, glancing at the crowd. Look carefully. She didn't look at anyone else, just slowly walked to the carpet in the living room and took off her shoes. Then she gently kicked the golden dragon lying on the ground to the corner of the wall. She closed her eyes and breathed gently. Her body seemed to be completely relaxed. A strange feeling slowly spread out from Kelowna Shinryu's body. She was still in the living room, but she felt like she saw the clear wind, the bright moon, and the orchid in the empty valley. Vaguely, she seemed to see a younger version of Kelowna Shinryu. She was weak, like a willow, standing on the top of the mountain, with the clouds as her companion. The clear wind was making her happy. Her hands began to float slowly, and when she opened her eyes, she seemed to have a spiritual light, and the space became quiet and gentle. It was difficult to connect her with the true dragon of the divine land who possessed the strongest power in the present world. She was more like a budding girl, dancing lightly and gracefully. She seemed to see the ficus leaves draped over her body. She seemed to see the red leopard swimming under her body. She seemed to see the fox in the mountain being chased and the rain falling from the sky. Sister Long, so beautiful! The little butterfly rubbed her eyes as if she saw a dream. This was the side of Kelowna Shinryu that she had never seen before. She didn't even dare to speak, fearing that if she spoke louder, this dreamlike scene would be popped like a bubble. Boss Luo couldn't help but recall the description in a poet's work. Juga Mountain Ghost. The rest of the secluded Huang Huang will never see the sky. The road is dangerous and difficult. Only one comes. Standing alone on the She Mountain, the clouds are raging and below. Dark and misty, the day is dark, the east wind is drifting with the rain of the gods. Looking at it, Luochio seemed to want to reach out to grab something. Finally, he slowly put down his hand. Unconsciously, when Long Shirua stopped her movement, it seemed that everyone's time was still stuck in the dance. Kelowna Shinryu heaved a sigh of relief, silently putting on his shoes and returning to his original position. He glanced at the silent crowd and glared at them. The budding girl who danced on the top of the mountain seemed to be a fleeting fantasy. At this moment, Kelowna Shinryu was still the same as before. he said impatiently. Are you all dumbfounded? No. The little butterfly monster turned around, then hugged Kelowna Shinryu's arm, raising his head. Sister Long, you're so awesome! I didn't know that before. Go away. Kelowna Shinryu pushed her away with a disgusted look. I don't talk to traitors! How can you do this? The little butterfly monster muttered with an aggrieved face. The true dragon of the godly land directly crossed his legs and rested his chin on his hands. He subconsciously wanted to light a cigarette, but in the end he didn't light it up. It was as if the words, "Strangers do not come," were written on his face. I didn't expect Miss Long to have such exquisite dancing skills. Mississippi Maid rarely looked at Kelowna Shinryu, smiling softly. My impression of Miss Long has changed. Tut, thank you. The true dragon of the godly land still had a disgusted look on her face. She curled her lips and glanced at Boss Luo. Miss Long, this doesn't seem to be an ordinary dance. Boss Luo said softly, Is there anything special? Long Shirua tilted her head and looked at the courtyard outside the window. Nothing, it's just a sacrificial dance used by the ancients to worship the mountain god. What's the fuss? Oh, I see. Boss Luo nodded. No wonder. Kelowna Shinryu looked back. No wonder what? Luocho said softly, No wonder it's so beautiful. I think, even if it was the mountain god, if he could see such a dance, he would be very happy, right? I really want to see Miss Long wearing a sacrificial costume and dancing on the top of the mountain. It should be more unforgettable. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of heartbeats. A purple phoenix, coronet robe, quietly flashed in Kelowna Shinryu's mind. Kelowna Shinryu suddenly quivered, then stretched out his hand and knocked on the table. Do you still want to play? What are you waiting for? I'm still waiting for revenge. Who's the next player to deal? According to the order, it should be me. Boss Luo smiled, then put away the cards on the table and shuffled them. Does anyone want to cut the cards? After shuffling the cards, Boss Luo asked directly. This time, Kelowna Shinryu didn't ask to cut the cards, neither did the others, so Luocho directly distributed the cards in his hand. The second round started, Mina Girl. 5 of hearts, A of clubs, 5 of clubs, 5 of diamonds, 3 of clubs, face card, butterfly monster, A of spades, A of hearts, 2 of hearts, A of diamonds, Miss Maid, 2 of spades, 4 of hearts, 2 of clubs, 4 of clubs, Luocho, 3 of spades, 3 of hearts, 2 of diamonds, 3 of diamonds. Long Shirua, 4 of spades, 5 of spades, 4 of diamonds, King of spades. At this time, Kelowna Shinryu glanced at the cards in his hand. Kelowna Shinryu had already played 1 round, so he completely understood the rules and patterns of the game. The king card was in his hand. Shinryu had the face card, so how could he lose? Hashtag PS1 2/26. Chapter 1376. What Hui Yao did not expect was that he would be able to find a student on this day. After leaving the token to Elizabeth, he believed that this little vampire girl would come to the association to look for him soon. Of course, it would be safer to bring her away. However, he never forced her to do anything. Giving her the token and letting her find it later was actually to give this little vampire girl more time to think. It was not because of the situation, but because she had made up her mind. This way, even if they were destined to be master and disciple, she would not have anything to complain about in the future. As for the question of whether it was appropriate for the first Tower Master of the Magician Association to accept a vampire as a student, of course it was appropriate. Even the Grand Dukes of the 13 clans could not question the identity of the first Tower Master. Perhaps the Grand Duke of the clan that Elizabeth belonged to would be quite happy. Thinking of the 13 Grand Dukes of the clan, Hui Yao suddenly became a little concerned. Now he should meet up with Shinryu from Kelowna, bring the golden dragon back, and then return to the association. However, the golden dragon was currently under the watch of Shinryu. The tower master of Hui Yao did not think that Fafnir would be in any danger. Even if there was, he was afraid that it would be Shinryu who would do it. As for the association, Yaris had been locked in the 0-degree hell. As for the Michael Club, judging from the departure of the 7 chiefs, it seemed that they would not appear again in a short time. Time seemed to have become less pressing. Perhaps he should secretly go to the farm to see the person under the tree again. Although he had gotten rid of Beiligin, he would pay more attention to him. With this thought in mind, Hui Yao subconsciously glanced at the lost crack that connected all the 13 clans in the Inhuman territory. In the end, he chose to quietly land in the crack. This lost crack had existed for a long time. When he discovered the predecessor of the Inhuman territory, the destroyed Greek god's kingdom, the crack had already existed. According to several investigations, this crack did not seem to have existed for a long time. He had once researched the history of the Greek gods. From the description of the last record, there should still be some creatures in the Greek god's kingdom. Some of them were mythical magic beasts and the descendants of the Greek gods. It was just that when he first discovered this destroyed kingdom, he didn't encounter any demigods other than a few dangerous demonic beasts that survived in some dangerous places. There seemed to be a blank period in between. It seemed to be the time when the Lost Rift was formed. At that time, the Greek divine kingdom was on the brink of collapse. Many places had been eroded by the void. He even encountered a very strange creature in a place where the erosion was serious. It seemed to be born with the void and would devour all living things. There were a lot of those creatures, and they had a very high resistance to magic, but they couldn't go too far away from the erosion area. Hui Yao cut off all the eroded areas and let them be completely devoured by the void. Only then could he successfully expel these strange and terrifying creatures from the Annihilation Kingdom. As for the Inhuman Domain Stabilization System, he had picked up the core of the divine kingdom of the Greek gods, analyzed it, and repaired it. Of course, he could not complete all the repairs, but he could barely activate it and run some basic functions. That was how the current Inhuman Domain came to be. However, the interior of the Lost Rift was one of the few places in the entire Inhuman Domain that the new system could not cover. He did not know when it started, but the 13 clans suddenly paid more attention to the Lost Rift. Even the legend had overlapped with the origin of the 13 clans without any warning. Overlapped! When Hui Yao finally stood on top of the Lost Rift and looked at the area covered by a thick fog in front of him, he could not help but be stunned. Why did he suddenly have the idea that the legend was overlapped? Also, he had indeed secretly explored the Lost Crack, but in his impression there didn't seem to be such a strange area of thick fog below the Torito clan. Before this, he even accepted the existence of the Lost Fong as a matter of course. He even reasonably thought that the origin of the 13 clans, the first vampire, should be buried here. However, now that he thought about it carefully, the vampire clan of the 13 clans, the existence called Cain, should be based on the Holy Scripture. However, even in the Holy Scripture, it only described Cain as the perpetrator of violence. He was not the ancestor of the clan in the legends. What's wrong with this? Hui Yao could not help but feel an indescribable uneasiness. He shook his head hard, and his spirit suddenly became abnormally tired. At the same time, countless messy and disorderly information began to appear in his mind. Countless formulas, words, and even more totems with unknown meanings. Oh no, this is Yariz's. Hui Yao did not have time to think about it. He immediately sat down with his legs crossed and began to meditate. He knew that this was because he had endured Yariz's mental attack in the core space and absorbed too much information. He had already compressed all the messy information. However, he did not expect that it was just a strange idea of overlapping. It was like a fuse that ignited all the information again in an instant. The knowledge of more than a few different worlds began to impact his understanding of the original world. The different knowledge was also subverting his understanding and cognition of magic and his definition. Definition: 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. If this was his most basic understanding of magic, then all the tactics of magic should be based on this. If this definition became 1 plus 1 is equal to 3, or a number other than 2, then all his tactics based on 2 as the basis would be completely overturned. Once it was overturned, then he would lose the power of magic. There were no enemies. Even the inhuman domain had returned to a relatively safe state. However, the first Tower Master of the Association had fallen into the most terrifying crisis in his life. Moreover, there was no help here. Meditation could not produce an effective effect in this kind of explosion of information. The first Tower Master suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and directly fainted on the ground. He did not know when, but a small opening suddenly appeared in the thick fog in front of him. After that, a few small vengeful spirits floated out of the opening. They seemed to be playing around. Then, a small vengeful spirit seemed to have discovered something and slowly approached. It looked at the unconscious, white-robed young man and seemed to be thinking about something. "Huiao, this damn brat! What the hell is he doing? Why isn't he here yet?" Shinryu from Kelowna could not help but think of the Tower Master of the Association who had a teacher-student relationship with her. Then, under the reminder of the little butterfly demon, her heart suddenly thumped. Even her hands began to tremble a little. "Sister Long, whose card are you going to draw this time?" "Don't be noisy. I'm thinking." Shinryu from Kelowna glared fiercely at this time. Her hands were trembling a little. She could not help but ask herself what was going on. In the bright living room, the scene was like this. The young girl, Mina, was still wearing her nightgown, but next to her was a folded undergarment. That's right, Mina had already used up her immunity twice, and chose to take off her clothes to cancel out the execution of the command once. But God knows why she took off her undergarment first. Boss Luo just took off his coat and played a game of staring at the little butterfly demon without blinking for a minute. Miss Maid was unharmed and was in a safe state all the time. The number of times he became the king made people's hair stand on end. Luo Dance could not take off her underwear anymore. At this time, she could only cover her chest with her hand. Obviously, she couldn't block it, but she still had a bright smile on her face, because she couldn't escape anymore, and her immunity had been used up. If she was ordered to carry out the order again, she could only choose to write words on her face with paint that couldn't be erased for half a month, or carry out the order. Similarly, Shinryu from Kelowna could only cover her chest with her hands. But different from the little butterfly demon's white face, Shinryu's face was not intact anymore. For example, what have you done all these years? Why are you still single? You have been working very hard. Are all the good men dead? Don't look at my face, please. I'm also desperate, but what can I do? Can't win, can't win, can't win. It was written by Miss Maid, but because it was written in a flowery font, it didn't look like a cat with a dirty face. Even when she looked at it for a few more times, it seemed to have a unique beauty. Long Shirwa thought it must be her illusion. Her hands were still trembling. So what happened? Long Shirwa couldn't help but recall. The second round started with King. She thought she could avenge the previous shame, but she didn't expect that her king would be taken away in the first round. She didn't know what was wrong. Since then, it seemed that luck didn't recognize this Shinryu from Kelowna and gradually drifted away. At the end of each round, she would become one of the people who would be ordered to do many strange things. Miss Long, your dance was so beautiful. I didn't see it clearly just now. Can you please dance again? But have you heard of the art of asterisk? Everyone's shoulders look tired. Miss Long, can you give everyone a massage? Please answer, do Shinryu have physiological needs? Oh, it's Miss Long again? I'm embarrassed. What is the requirement to become a Shinryu? Why is it Miss Long again? It seems that I can't take off my clothes anymore. How difficult. Then, let's make it simpler this time. Can I do 3 backflips in slow motion? It's still too difficult. If you want to choose punishment, that's fine. Please answer. If you love someone, you are willing to sacrifice everything from your body to your soul. Miss Long, why don't you tell everyone a joke this time? It's okay if it's not funny. Miss Long. Oh, right. What's your method of delivery? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing after the philosophy triple combo? Reality was still reality. Looking at the 4 cards in his hand, the numbers from 2 to 5 had all been gathered. According to the luck he had along the way, it was conceivable that the possibility of drawing an A would be infinite. Wait, the true dragon of China was now staring at the deck of cards that had been thrown out on the table. An A has already been thrown out. She looked around. She couldn't see anything from the scheming maid's face. This scheming maid's disguise was really foul. Pass. It turned out that all the previous games were because she had inexplicably competed with this scheming maid. That was why she had lost so miserably. Profiteer, his luck was always good. Although he didn't become a king once, the number of times he was ordered to do something was very few. Currently, Profiteer still had 3 cards in his hand, but it was hard to see anything from his expression. Besides, with her current appearance, she couldn't make herself look at Profiteer's expression for more than a second. She always felt that the moment their eyes met, her current ugly appearance. Pass. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Calm down, Long Shirua. You can do it. After so many failures, you have learned enough experience. She took a deep breath. Currently, the only face card was in the hand of Mina, but it was a pity that she didn't need it. And the girl also had 4 cards in her hand, so the chances of drawing the king card were too few. Only Luo Dance was left, holding only 1 card in her hand. She was looking at everyone nervously. Nervous? Why was she nervous? 1 card was relatively safe. After this round, the king card would appear and start to give instructions. Obviously, this Zhongshan butterfly didn't care about the strange instructions at all. Why was she nervous? So, the king card. Kelowna's Shinryu suddenly stared at Luo Dance, who was beside her. The little butterfly subconsciously swallowed her saliva at this time. It was so easy to see through. Seeing the little butterfly's appearance at this moment, Kelowna's Shinryu suddenly felt enlightened. Why? Why did she ignore this key to winning? Obviously, she had been defeated so many times by that scheming maid with this stupid butterfly. Obviously, this was the easiest one to see through. Looking at the little butterfly who was still nervous, Kelowna's Shinryu suddenly felt that she suddenly became cute. Luo Dance's figure was infinitely enlarged in front of her eyes, just like an angel opening her chest. Dance, her heart, had been moved to call the name of this simple and hard-working little girl who had been admitted to the hospital since some time ago. Kelowna's Shinryu felt like she had seen the world of immortals. She boarded the colorful cloud and threw herself into the great chest. She stretched out her hand, as if to pick the fresh fruit of hope. She held it in her hand. She opened it. 5 of spades. Oh. Kelowna's Shinryu's face was full of disbelief, and his voice trembled. You? How could you? How could it be? Why are you so nervous if it's not the king card? The little butterfly didn't mind being in front of others at this time, hurriedly said, Can you hurry up this time? I want to go to the washroom. I drank too much honey tea just now. Well, okay, after going back, he could throw this Zhongshan butterfly out of the house. Don't want it. Throw it away. Throw it away. Throw it away. It's the king card this time. Miss Maid turned over the king of spades card with surprise, and then her eyes began to sweep back and forth among the crowd. Then those who have 3 of diamonds and 2 of hearts, please stand up first. Boss Luo smiled, then stood up and turned over a 2 of hearts card. Seeing Boss Luo stand up this time, Miss Maid couldn't help but blink her eyes. The use of abilities was prohibited in the game. Her master didn't use them, so she naturally wouldn't use them. Therefore, Every time the king card was called, the number of cards had to be calculated and considered. She couldn't use abilities, but memory and analytical ability were certainly not prohibited. But this time, she unintentionally called out her master, which was really quite unexpected, considering the probability. Miss Maid suddenly smiled mysteriously. At the same time, Kelowna's Shinryu turned over the 3 of diamonds card with a pale face and stood up shyly, one hand in front of his chest, the other hand under his abdomen, slightly lowering his head. I don't want to play anymore. I'll kill everyone here. I'll kill them all. It seems that I can't defeat them? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Boss Luo smiled very casually. There are times when you're unlucky. What's the command this time, Your Majesty, Queen? Let me think. Miss Maid chuckled, then stood up and walked towards Kelowna's Shinryu. She walked back and forth behind her, which made Kelowna's Shinryu stand up with a lot of chills. She bit her lips and said, Hurry up if you want to give the command. Don't dawdle. I'll ask you to write something else. It seems that I can't write anymore. Mississippi Long. Miss Maid shouted at this time, and suddenly stuck to Shinryu's back, whispering something in her ear. I don't know if my master likes women with short hair and no leg hair. No one could hear what she said, at least, if they didn't use their abilities to listen. What did you say? Kelowna's Shinryu turned back with astonishment, but Miss Maid had already walked away and chuckled. This time Mississippi Long has completed the command. That's great. You. Kelowna's Shinryu frowned subconsciously. What trick is this scheming maid playing? That profiteer likes short hair and no leg hair. What does it have to do with me? Miss Maid immediately walked to Boss Luo and whispered with a smile, Please don't move for 3 seconds. Boss Luo blinked and nodded. Miss Maid stood on tiptoe and lightly kissed Boss Luo's lips. 3 seconds was enough to shock everyone. The little butterfly monster opened her mouth and then covered it with her hands. Mina furrowed her brows. Kelowna's Shinryu's eyes widened. Kissed, kissed, kissed? Just like that? Why was she so skillful? She had kissed so many times. Did she always do this? Kiss. 3 seconds later, Miss Maid looked into Boss Luo's eyes and said softly, You're right. You did complete the order, Boss Luo asked curiously. Didn't you say that we can't touch each other's bodies? I couldn't help it. Miss Maid chuckled. Then I'll punish myself. After all, my clothes are still there, and I haven't used my immunity, so I can be capricious for a while. With this, Miss Maid stepped back and slowly took off her coat. Then something fell from her body. It was a handbook made of animal skin, tied with a butterfly knot on a handkerchief. Miss Maid picked up the letter and put it aside casually. Then she looked at everyone and said, Well, let's continue to play the game. Who's going to deal next? Mina suddenly said, Didn't she say she wanted to go to the washroom? How about pausing for a while? It's impolite to ask a girl to be patient. You're right. Miss Maid nodded with a smile. Then she took off her coat and walked to Butterfly Monster, putting it on her. Miss Pianxian, I'll go with you. I also need to touch up my makeup. Okay. Watching the 2 of them walk out of the living room, and then looking at the silent Annie, who seemed to be autistic, the young girl Mina stood up at this time, stretched her waist, and said with a smile, Well, then let's take a break. Intentionally or unintentionally, her gaze swept over the handwritten animal skin letter that was placed on the table. Chapter 1377. There was not only a gorgeous bathroom in the villa, but also a luxurious washroom. From the gap under the toilet door, he could see her slightly opened calves and the pink clothes that had retreated to her ankles. The little butterfly sitting on the toilet opened her mouth slightly, revealing a comfortable expression. Miss Dance, did you have a good time today? Hearing the voice of Miss Maid outside the door, the little butterfly monster was stunned and then said happily, Very happy. Everyone is together. Miss Dance, it seems that you really like being together, because isn't it better if we are together? She thought for a while and replied, She stood up and leaned forward slightly, putting on the only clothes on her body. Whoosh! Then she opened the door and walked out naturally because they were all girls. It seemed that there was nothing to care about. Miss Servant Girl just stood quietly at the washstand. It seemed that she didn't do anything to touch up her makeup. She was holding a set of clothes in her hand. Sister Yi, are you going to change clothes? The little butterfly monster couldn't help but ask curiously. The servant girl smiled and said, "This is for you to wear." For me? But Miss Maid held the clothes and walked to Luo Dance. She began to put on the underwear for her. At the beginning, there was no instruction that you can't put on the clothes halfway. Oh, the little butterfly monster was stunned, then patted her forehead. It seems to be true. There was indeed no instruction in this respect. But because of her habitual thinking, she didn't think carefully in this direction. The underwear was put on quickly. Miss Maid's hands gently held the little butterfly's chest, as if making the final adjustment, suddenly said, "It seems that you are a little bigger than last time." She blushed and said embarrassedly, "I don't know why." Miss Maid didn't continue this topic, just put on the underwear for her and tidied it carefully. She suddenly asked, "Miss Dance, are you interested in staying in our hotel?" Well, the little butterfly monster suddenly raised her head and looked into the servant girl's eyes. She asked subconsciously, "Stay at your place?" Miss Maid nodded with a smile and said softly, "Yes, because it's usually very empty and busy. I thought it would be nice if there was someone who could help me. Besides, I can always be with my master." She was with Boss. The little butterfly couldn't help but reveal a longing expression. "Do you want to come?" Miss Maid asked again. Luo Dance thought for a while and shook her head. "No need. Actually, I'm fine with Sister Long. Besides, if I leave, there will be no one to help in the hospital. Sister Long doesn't usually clean, and sometimes the pharmacy will be a mess. Also, she often eats junk food. Although it doesn't affect her body, I always feel bad." "Is that all?" The servant girl couldn't help but smile. "If it's just these, it's actually very easy to solve. In exchange, I can arrange a very good servant for Miss Long." Luo Dance said, "Actually, I always feel that if I leave, Sister Long will be alone and will be very lonely. So, although I really want to go to Sister Ye's place, I see." The servant girl hugged her gently. "You're such a good child. If you can always have such a considerate heart, I think my master will like you even more." She revealed an intoxicated expression and murmured, "Big sister, the smell on your body is so fragrant." Miss Maid's voice was lower. "If you think it through, you can come to me at any time. Today's invitation will always be valid." She always felt that she really wanted to say yes like this. She closed her eyes, thinking that it would be nice if she could fall asleep at this time. Staying with Boss? Long Shirwa sat alone on the sofa because of the intermission. She didn't know when that girl, Mina, was gone. Anyway, she didn't care too much. At this time, Kelowna's Shinryu was looking at the courtyard, seeming to be lost in thought. Then, she felt something covering her body. She couldn't help but be startled and then shivered. Her first instinct was, why was she suddenly approached? But seeing that it was her original clothes, she raised her head in astonishment. She saw the profiteer who always disturbed her thoughts. "I don't know how to say thank you." Kelowna's Shinryu's tone was not very friendly. Boss Luo said casually, "Don't worry about it. Although it's a game, there's no rule saying that you can't wear clothes before. At this time, I think you should also wear clothes for Miss Pianxian at this time." Kelowna's Shinryu was stunned, and then opened her mouth wide. How could this be? Boss Luo couldn't help but laugh. Kelowna's Shinryu couldn't help but roll her eyes and said with annoyance, "Is it that funny?" Luocho shook his head and said softly, "I just feel that Miss Long is a very upright person. She follows the rules more than anyone else. Although she is always in a losing state, she has been restraining herself from using any ability. She even didn't use her extraordinary judgment or memory. She is simply playing this game as an ordinary person. Shinryu snorted unhappily. Aren't you the same? Boss, Luo blinked. Miss Long didn't notice it. What did she notice? Boss Luo smiled. All the cards were marked by Yui. She prepared the cards, and on each card there were different scents of perfume. So from the beginning, all the cards were under her control. F***CK. Kelowna's Shinryu's forehead twitched. This scheming girl. So evil. I knew it. Kelowna's Shinryu couldn't help trembling slightly. She was on the verge of going crazy. But even so, Miss Long has been enduring and following the rules. Boss Luo smiled. Although it seems silly, I can't help but like her. Kindness from the bottom of my heart. Pung pung. It was slightly hot. She couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then look straight into Luochio's eyes. Are you always like this, always inexplicably good to others? Boss Luo sat down slowly and imitated her to look out of the window. He didn't say anything, as if he was thinking about something. Kelowna's Shinryu frowned, looking at his side profile. It seemed that this was also the first time she had looked at his side profile at such a close distance. When was the first time she had met him? As if it had been a long time. Actually, Luochio lowered his head to look at his hands. Actually, not long ago, I didn't even know how to get in touch with others, or rather, I lost the ability to get in touch with others. I just trapped myself in a very small world. Later, after I learned how to talk with others, I started to think that if I treat others better, others would treat me better. Long Shirua opened her mouth. Why? Why did you suddenly say this? In response to Miss Long's question, Boss Luo turned back to look at her eyes. Miss Long should understand the nature of my job. I can't help but want to get close to you. Even this time it's the same. Without a doubt, I want to get you. Get? Her heart thumped twice, and then her eyes widened a little. At the same time, she felt her heart was suffocating. She couldn't help saying with a complicated expression, Get my soul! Don't give an affirmative answer. Don't. Although she should have known this from the beginning. She just didn't want to think this way. Don't give an affirmative answer. Yes. It's an affirmative answer. Hold it in. Shinryu's eyes instantly dimmed, and then he slowly said in a tough or weak voice, Finally, you're going to reveal your foxtail. Boss Luo said frankly, Every time I see it, every time I get close to it, I want to hold it up with my own hands. It's really beautiful, as if it can bring me colors that will never fade. Miss Long, do you know about red and green color blindness? She turned her head, pursed her lips, and said, Who doesn't know? When they were special glasses when colors returned to normal for the first time in front of them. Luochio was still looking at her. Is the moment I saw you. Thank you so much. Long Shirou felt even more suffocated. Such high praise. So, sometimes I choose to leave. Boss Luo looked out of the window again, because I always feel that one day there will be a time when I can't completely control this impulse. She felt that he was looking at a place far away, a place very far away, looking at something else. Why are you telling me these things? Luochio thought for a while and said, I think if Miss Long knows my thoughts better, then maybe you won't be too troubled by some of my words and actions. I just have some motives. She looked at him, and he looked at her. Her lips moved slightly, and a tear rolled down from the corner of her right eye. She didn't know what to do. In the end, she couldn't hold it back. It hurts. It's the first time I felt such pain. Don't you think it's cruel, these words? She took a deep breath and looked away. Like this. Luochio took out a handkerchief and handed it to her. Kelowna's Shinryu suddenly swatted it. I don't need a hypocrite like you. Anyway, you just want to get my soul. That's why you're so nice to me, right? Looking at the handkerchief on the ground, Boss Luo got up and picked it up. He lowered his head and said, That's true all along. There was no pain, no resentment. He just stood there quietly like an empty shell. Looking at him like this, Kelowna's Shinryu felt suffocated. She seemed to feel something and said in a trembling voice, You don't have a heart." "Maybe." Luocho sighed slowly. "Since I became the shop owner around this time last year, this kind of thing seems to have disappeared. But originally, it's hard to define the existence of the so-called heart. All thoughts are just the activities of the mind." Luocho returned to his calm self and said with a smile, "I think all my reactions and actions now are just a form of rational analysis and judgment of the situation. Probably I think it's better to do this, and not do it subconsciously. It's really despicable." It was as if thousands of sharp swords were piercing through her heart, in front of her. He seemed to be sucked in by something. In an instant, she seemed to see endless darkness, constantly eroding his thin body. It was as if a pair of hands was hugging him from behind, dragging him into a door of nothingness. Sting, 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 sting. Kelowna's Shinryu's voice trembled. "Why did you confess these things to me? Is it the so-called rational thinking?" "It may be, it may not be." Luocho shook his head. "There are times when people can't distinguish the specific meaning of their actions, and even do it without thinking. I think what I'm doing now is probably in this category. As a human, I always want to keep some of my things. But perhaps what I'm doing now is just the result of rational thinking. It even made me feel that I actually still retain some of my human nature, which led me to explain this to you and then take it one step further. It made me think that resistance might be effective an illusion." "Ew, what are you resisting?" Slowly exhaling, Boss Luo smiled. "It seems that we talked about some irrelevant things, but I think Ms. Long should be clear about my intentions, so in the future you should think more carefully about whether to continue the transaction with me. More or less, you will be more cautious." Kelowna's Shinryu lowered her head and didn't say anything. Boss Luo looked at her silently. "If we say that these are all simulated reactions under the control of rationality," she suddenly raised her head, "wouldn't it be very contradictory? Since you want my soul, then you should always be good to me, disturb me, and even make me fall in love with you. Isn't that enough? It'll be easy to get, right? Anyway, isn't it always like this? From the beginning, I've been played by you. I never meant to play." Luocho shook his head. "That's why I said it's not normal." Kelowna's Shinryu rushed in front of Luocho and stared into his eyes. "Since you want to maximize the benefits, why can't you keep lying? Maybe I don't even need these truths." "Those are not the truth after all," Luocho said calmly. "The pain of not being able to breathe. Are you crying under this calm appearance? Your missing heart in the place where it's hiding, is it crying?" She felt an indescribable sadness from this young man, even though it was just a flash. Long Shirwa suddenly reached out and grabbed Boss Luo's collar. But this kind of intrusion was immediately judged as dangerous by the defense mechanism. Thousands of chains shot out from all directions and wrapped around Kelowna's Shinryu's hands, and even burned her hands. Shinryu's power erupted like a moth darting into a flame. She endured the terrible pain and grabbed Luocho's collar, pulling him in front of her. She pressed her lips on Boss Luo's lips like a seal. Behind Boss Luo, it was as if a door was about to open. The chains contracted crazily and strangled her neck and body. Looking at this scene, in the next moment, even Kelowna's Shinryu's body would be torn apart by the chains. Luocho waved his hand subconsciously, and the door that was about to open quietly closed again, as if it was unwilling to give up. There was a faint sound of horror, but it eventually faded away. The chains that were strangling Shinryu loosened little by little and then disappeared in the air. At this time, she pushed Luocho away with one hand, touched her neck, bent over and gasped in pain. "Ms. Long, what are you doing?" Luocho was silent for a while, then frowned and asked, "You should know that it's dangerous to get close to me without any explanation." "Don't worry, I won't die at this level." She raised her head and stared intently at him, but the true dragon power in her body had already been completely depleted in an instant. It was just a short resistance, and it was already, but it wasn't the time to care about this. She took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. Since you don't think it's real, then make it real. Ms. Long, didn't you say that you became the shop owner not long ago? She walked toward Luocio again. Did your heart disappear at that time? Luocio was silent. Long Shura reached out her hand to Luocio again, but this time she didn't touch anything. It seemed that Boss Luo restricted her absolute defense. She pressed her palm directly on Luocio's heart, as if she wanted to feel if there was no heartbeat. I know that 100 years ago the Inhuman Realm had a big battle with you guys, but that shop owner wasn't you. That means you guys have a way to change shop owners. So what if you don't have a heart? You can just find it. Find it. Luocio smiled bitterly. She didn't know that the young man in front of her had worked so hard, but she didn't want to think about it. She just wanted to press forward. I don't care. I don't want to care anymore. Listen to me carefully. This is the first man that I, Long Shura, have ever taken a fancy to. Don't think that I'll let you go so easily. This is the first time in thousands of years that I've been flirted with like this. Do you think you can just say a few nice words and give me a nice guy card? Ms. Long, that's not what I meant. Shut up. I haven't finished yet. Kelowna's Shinryu said angrily, surnamed Luo. Listen to me carefully. I don't care what kind of shop owner you are, and I don't care what's behind you. I swear, I'll definitely free you from its hands. I'll definitely get you, be my man, wash vegetables, and cook for me every day. If you have the ability, take my soul before I succeed. Otherwise, you can just wait to be my man. It was a very domineering declaration. Boss Luo couldn't help but open his mouth slightly. It shouldn't be like this. He was silent for a while, then shook his head and said, I don't have feelings for you. It's because of that scheming maid, right? Luocio paused. No, he didn't have feelings for her in the first place. Kelowna's Shinryu had nothing to lose. You think that I can't compare to her? But how do you know that you like her so much? And it's not because of this shop. It doesn't matter what you say now. When you're free from its shackles, I'll see if you're still that scheming woman. Anyway, I have plenty of time. I can wait. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 10,000 years. I can wait. She couldn't take it anymore. Her heart was about to jump out. Kelowna's Shinryu's brain seemed to explode, and she stomped her feet fiercely. What's wrong with a woman taking the initiative? Luocio couldn't help but frown. Are you sure you've thought it through? Perhaps the words I said to you just now could also be a rational action. My goal was to make you sympathize with me, make you feel heartache, and then lead you to make this kind of decision. Thus, in the end, you fell into my hands. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The true dragon of godly land glared at him. Everything needs to be thought over and over again. I've lived for so many years, and I've long passed the age of calculating this and that. If you want to be a human again, then don't use your brain. Just do what you want. It's because of people like you who have to think through everything and think that you've seen through the world. You're not even halfway through your life, but you still pretend to be sly and use the hypocrisy of the world as an excuse. You make yourself look like an old monk who has seen through the world, and that's why the world is so complicated. You're just a self-righteous brat. People in ancient times weren't as righteous as you. Aren't you tired of living? Luocio seemed to want to say something, but in the end he smiled and said softly, Ms. Long, why don't you put on your clothes first? I really want to die. Chapter 1378. In the small living room next to the living room, Kelowna's Shinryu was standing in front of the wall. She had already put on her clothes and was leaning against the wall, knocking her forehead against it. I want to die, she recalled. Why did I say those words? Impulse? Did I not bring my brain? I want to die, but I don't seem to regret it. She stopped knocking her head against the wall and sighed. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt much better now. Kelowna's Shinryu couldn't help laughing at herself. It seems that honesty has its benefits. How could she not know what she was thinking? She wasn't really a young girl. It was just that Shinryu's heart was hard to provoke. But once it was invaded, it would become quite terrifying. The feelings that had been suppressed for thousands of years were like a flood. Because he had inherited the power of the true dragon, he had directly climbed to the level of the strongest power in the world. He had never needed to be like those Taoists of the Tao sect who still had to train his mind and temper his state of mind. All the so-called inner demons would be automatically destroyed by Shinryu's power before they could get close to her. Kelowna's Shinryu never had the so-called inner demons problem. But on the other hand, if such a problem occurred, perhaps even Shinryu's power wouldn't know how to deal with it. Originally, in Kelowna, there was nothing that could disturb Shinryu's heart. Only the owner of this club was out of the norm. That guy, don't tell me he thinks I'm very casual? Should I go back to the living room? What should I say when I go back to the living room? What should I do after this? Although she had made a declaration, what should she do? She didn't even think about it. It was really just a moment of impulse, and even after calming down, she couldn't help but feel lost. Kelowna's Shinryu touched her lips subconsciously, muttering to herself, "So this is the feeling of a man's lips? I want to die!" She stood up abruptly and grabbed her own hair. Then she took a deep breath, opened the door, and walked out. I don't care anymore. The boat had reached the bridgehead. He couldn't care less anymore. Taking a deep breath in front of the door, Kelowna's Shinryu slowly pushed open the door to the living room and then closed it. Her gaze met with Luacio's. Her back was pressed against the door, and her hands were clutching her clothes uneasily. I've changed my clothes. Yes, I saw it. Luacio smiled. I just made some tea. Come and drink it. That's it. Long Shirwa was startled. Why did this guy act as if nothing had happened? Aren't you coming? Boss Luo asked again with a smile. At this time, the true dragon of the godly land walked over stiffly and then sat down stiffly. His heart was beating very fast. He could stare at this guy for a few seconds before, but now he didn't even dare to look at him. Why was he so nervous? Do you want sugar? Luacio picked up the cup with sugar and asked. No. She shook her head, subconsciously, and then pretended to be relaxed. Where are they? In the living room. Only she and Luacio were left. As for Huang Jinlong and Teresa, they were still the same. Miss Maid and Luo Dance were still absent. Even the girl Mina seemed to be absent. She remembered when she started to talk with Luacio, the mysterious girl was not in the living room. She seemed to say she was a little sleepy and wanted to take a nap. Then she left the living room alone. Yu Yi and Miss Dance are in the kitchen. Boss Luo said casually, I want to make some supper. As for Miss Mina, at the same time Boss Luo glanced at a certain place where there was a roll of animal skin diary, but now the diary was gone. She seems to be resting. Oh, Long Shirwa answered subconsciously, then looked down at the teacup in her hands and fidgeted. That? Yes. It's nothing. She laughed dryly. The tea was quite delicious. Well, very good, very good. Tea, you should drink it too. Ah, can't you be a bit more diligent if you feel bad about what happened just now? Do you need me to erase it for you? Boss Luo suddenly suggested. After all, it's because of me that you have these unpleasant memories, so I won't charge you any fee. No, she blurted out. She didn't have the courage to do it again, if she really forgot it. That's a pity, Boss Luo said with a little pity. Did I make you feel uncomfortable? Kelowna's Shinryu glared at him. If not for the fact that she couldn't defeat him, she would have smashed his disgusting face. It seems that you are more energetic. Luacio smiled. I was worried that you would be depressed. Kelowna's Shinryu coughed twice. Why was he so calm? Was it because he didn't have a heart? She couldn't help but look at Luacio's eyes. She tried to find something, but after a few seconds, her violently beating heart made her unable to continue looking. She could only lower her head and drink tea. Then she asked casually, Oh, right. What were you thinking just now? Miss Long, are you referring to the matter of me being your man? Boss Luo said casually. Uft. Cough, 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 cough. She felt that even her ears were red. Probably the most hateful thing was that this profiteer seemed to be completely fine. He really was a heartless guy. Her heart was filled with hundreds and thousands of displeasure. I mean, free the shop. Kelowna's Shinryu heaved a sigh, glaring at him before saying seriously, there must be a way, right? Since the shop owner can be replaced. Haven't you considered finding a replacement for you? Or you don't have this idea at all? You don't want to give up that scheming woman? Yes, I did. Kelowna's Shinryu didn't expect such an affirmative answer. Luo Chio said slowly, but unfortunately I haven't found a way yet. The shop owner can also buy what he needs from the shop, but so far I haven't been able to open this part of the content. Why? She frowned. You're the shop owner. What can restrict you? After all, what's the nature of this shop? Luochio looked at her, saying softly, Miss Long, you can't pry any more, because even I don't know what will happen to you if you continue to pry. Besides, I can't tell you this question as free information. Then buy it, Kelowna's Shinryu said carelessly. She was thinking about how to free this man. I'm afraid. Boss Luo smiled bitterly. Even if you become mine, it's not enough. Puff. Cough, cough, cough. How could he say these words so easily? Damn it. Really so serious? Long Shirua opened her mouth. I mean, if I continue to pry. Boss Luo nodded slightly. Kelowna's Shinryu didn't say anything. After a while, the true dragon seemed to have gotten used to the current atmosphere and perhaps thought about many things. I understand, she said calmly. Before my power, or rather, before my value is high enough, I won't pry into your truth, but that doesn't mean I'm giving up on what I've said before. Boss Luo opened his mouth, asking curiously, Miss Long, why do you want me to be your man? Puff. Cough, cough, cough. I mean to free you. Free you. Do you understand? Kelowna's Shinryu said angrily, Don't misunderstand me. It's not just for you. I have a deeper consideration. Yes, I admit that your existence can bring unprecedented convenience to those who need it and even fulfill their wishes. But as I've discussed with you before, even without you, individuals can accomplish most things with their own efforts. Instead, it's because of your existence that everyone relies on you. And your ultimate goal isn't to take away the souls of others. Although I don't know what you want these souls for, there's one thing I'm sure of. If you continue to exist, what will happen to this world in the end? And your power is too dangerous for this world. She looked at Luochio and said seriously, I can't watch this potential danger erupt in Kelowna. Especially you. I don't want to see your power go out of control one day. Even I can't resist for a moment. So, because of these considerations, I want to free you and then find a way to deal with the power behind you. I see. Boss Luo nodded and smiled. I believe you, Miss Long. But if that's the case, you don't need me to be your man. Puff. Cough, cough, cough. She slammed her hands on the table and stood up all of a sudden. The moment she stood up, the stool fell back and hit the floor, making another bang. She stared at him. Luochio was startled. At this moment, she didn't avoid his eyes. You really like to spoil me so much. This was a look of weakness that she had never shown before. Luochio opened his mouth, subconsciously reaching out his hand to touch the face in front of him. But he quickly put down his hand halfway. Unexpectedly, Shinryu of Kelowna grabbed his hand and put it on his face. What are you afraid of? Is it so difficult to touch me? Look at me and tell me, am I real to you or am I fake? Suddenly I feel very happy. Luochio didn't pull back his hand. Someone cares about me so much. Thank you. Except for her at home and Yi, no one else would care about what was precious to him or what was real. After all, in the eyes of all the people he met, he was always excellent and omnipotent. Don't move. Long Shirua gritted her teeth at this time. She had already reached this point, but she didn't want to retreat. The true dragon of the divine land, who had decided to go all out, walked around the table and hugged the guy in the seat into his arms. I may not be a qualified person to talk to, but we still have time. If you have something that you can't say to others, or something that's uncomfortable in your heart, you can come to me. There are some things that you can't say to your maid, right? Just like the last time you were alone. That was the night when the entire hemisphere had a blackout. Luaccio still listened to her and didn't move. He slowly closed his eyes and felt the warmth of her body. He could hear her heartbeat. It was strong and powerful, like the mountain wind, like the flow of a river, endless. He took a deep breath and said softly, "Miss Long's body has the smell of mountains and rivers. It really makes people feel at ease." Is that so? Kelowna of Shinryu made a gulping sound. If you like it, I'll let you feel more. You may not be able to escape. Luaccio suddenly said in a low voice, "I can't give up on getting your soul. Do you understand? Then come on." She lowered her head and gently stroked his hair. "Let's see if I win or lose. When you're released from its hands, give me an answer." After a while, she let go of Luaccio. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "I have a feeling that even in the situation you described, I'll still choose you, Yi." What he said was too true. Shinryu of Shinryu staggered and said indignantly, "Can't you say something appropriate?" "Any deception can hurt you." Luaccio shook his head. Kelowna of Shinryu frowned and grabbed Boss Luo's collar again. He stepped on his stool and said condescendingly, "Listen, kid, if you don't even give me a chance to compete, don't even think about getting my soul. Didn't you say that you owe me a favor? It's not too much for me to ask, right?" "I feel." Boss Luo smiled bitterly. "I'm caught in my own trap. What are you unhappy about?" Shinryu of Luaccio's collar again. He almost wrote the word evil on his face. "No, I just feel that it's a bit inappropriate to use this request so quickly." Luaccio of Kelowna shook his head. Long Shiro of Kelowna snorted. "Why not use it when you can use it? Leave it to rot?" "You're right. It's completely Miss Long style." Luaccio of Kelowna laughed like a child. Then his face became serious, as if he was making a promise. "I'll carry out your request, your majesty the king." Shinryu of Kelowna's wrinkled collar and then turned around. "I've never been gentle. You have to be careful. One day I'll pull you out of that abyss. Hashtag PS 326. Chapter 1379. On the high platform, suspended above the enormous river of Qi, there were 12 colossal dragon statues surrounding it. Each one had the appearance of a 5-clawed golden dragon. The young girl was dressed in white, and she didn't have any extra accessories on her body. She walked barefoot on the floating stones that led to the high platform. The voice came from all directions, as if it was 1 or 12 different voices. "From now on, you will abandon everything as a human. All living things will be equal to you." The girl walked forward step by step. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from behind. Under the huge and terrifying power, the thing behind could only crawl on the ground. It turned out to be a huge dragon turtle. "Your Highness, think carefully. No need to say more." The girl's eyes were firm as she walked towards the high platform. "I have made up my mind. From now on, Shenyuan Shirwa will no longer exist in this world." Suddenly a chill came. Kelowna's Shinryu woke up from her light sleep. She felt that her hands and feet were a little cold. She was still in this living room. She fell asleep unknowingly, which made her feel a little surprised. Or it could be said that fatigue made her fall asleep unknowingly. She had only blocked the chains and Luaccio's defense for a moment, but her strength was almost exhausted. "Did you have a nightmare?" Luaccio sat beside her. "How long have I slept?" Long Shirwa rubbed her forehead. "About 5 minutes." Luaccio looked at the time and said, You look tired. Do you want to rest more? You will feel better. Kelowna's Shinryu shook her head and then looked at this guy with annoyance. You know this is not Kelowna. I recover very slowly. Do you need help? Long Shura shook her head. No, it's nothing urgent. I don't have to recover immediately. Don't worry. I will judge based on the situation. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry more about yourself. Do you know what happened to your last one? Why did she have that dream? She used to, not very clear. Luochio shook his head. Not sure. Kelowna's Shinryu opened his mouth wide and said in disbelief, Have you never thought of going over to investigate? What are you doing? Besides, haven't you always been very good at gathering information? Is there anything you can't know? Boss Luo said subconsciously, When my predecessor transferred the store to me, he must have done something to keep it a secret. Maybe he also spent a lot of money so that I wouldn't know what he was doing in a short period of time. All I know is that he doesn't have much time left. Why did he transfer the store to you? Kelowna's Shinryu frowned and began to think about Luochio. When she set a goal, she seemed to become more active. When the uncertainty in her heart was calmed down because of the release, she seemed to be able to put aside the occasional restlessness and think about more important things. Even if she didn't know whether this so-called love would blossom or not, she didn't think about it for thousands of years. It was the first time that she had ever thought about it. She was very confused about the future. There was probably no story in history that could be used as a reference. But even if she didn't know the future, she wouldn't give up easily. Whether it was for herself or for the stability of Kelowna, she had to find a way to liberate Luochio. Even if she couldn't eliminate the store, she had to at least find a way to limit it. Come to think of it, the true dragon of the divine land who had been getting lazier and lazier in the past 100 years seemed to have found some kind of motivation all of a sudden. Even if his strength was still slowly recovering, his spirit was quite vigorous. Luochio shook his head and didn't answer. Long Shirua couldn't tell whether he didn't know or he couldn't say it according to the rules. She lowered her head and bit her fingernails, and then asked, Does your little lover know about this situation and that scheming mind? Girlfriend? Boss Luo thought for a while and said, I should have disclosed the relationship between you, Yi, and me. If it's a lover, it should have a different meaning. Kelowna's Shinryu stared at him. If I say so, then so be it. Didn't we agree that I also have a chance to compete? Or you can't say this part? Luochio just didn't want to talk about this matter. In fact, Kelowna's Shinryu's intuition was right. He couldn't discuss the deeper matters of the club with Miss Servant Girl. Every time it involved some internal matters, time always stopped on Yi. Thinking about this, he thought that it was extremely difficult to get the information from the altar of the previous boss. It was possible that the previous boss had paid a great price to restrict Yi. Maybe the previous boss had also restricted Yi, and it wasn't related to the club itself. Something like that? It seemed to open another line of thought. At this time, Kelowna's Shinryu sat cross-legged on the sofa with dissatisfaction. Holding his chin, he looked at Luochio unhappily. You can't even tell me the key information, and there's not even a hint to pass the level. How do you expect me to fight? I'm really stupid. I knew that all these could be your trap, but I still foolishly walked into it. Maybe you're still secretly happy in your heart. After Kelowna's Shinryu's confession, his words became very sharp. Boss Luo felt a little uncomfortable. He could only smile bitterly. Forget it. I won't make things difficult for you. Long Shirua finally sighed. I don't want to lose the impression points that I've earned with great difficulty. There aren't many left. Miss Long, you don't have to belittle yourself like this. Luochio shook his head. Actually, I always think highly of you. Although I know you're referring to something else. Kelowna's Shinryu smiled bitterly, but I still feel inexplicably happy when I hear these words. In my opinion, it's really hopeless. Luochio opened his mouth. When he was about to say something, she suddenly stretched out her finger and pressed Boss Luo's lips. It's not the final conclusion yet. don't say anything. As long as you don't get rid of the thing behind you, I won't believe anything you say. What I want is the answer when you get your heart back." Boss Luo nodded. "Kelowna's," Shinryu said seriously. "Also, you're not allowed to tell this to your little lover. If you really can't help it, then treat it as a confidentiality agreement I bought." Luocho asked curiously, "Why do you need to keep it a secret?" Kelowna's, Shinryu blushed. Who knew what revenge that scheming woman would take? That scheming woman was really evil. She marked each card with a perfume scent. Was this something a human would do? Anyway, I said no, it's not allowed. Long Shirwa said angrily, "God knows what she's hiding behind. If she knows that I want to set you free, will she do something to hinder me?" Originally, in order to keep a person, to satisfy all his needs, even using feelings as a restraint, or using beauty to make a man unable to leave. There have always been cases. Since ancient times, how many heroes have fallen in the hands of women? Boss Luo shook his head. "Yi, she's not like what you think." Kelowna's, Shinryu snorted. "I don't care about this. After all, I'm fighting with her for a man. I already have no advantage if I let her know my intention. What if I become a box? I don't want such a miserable start. Do you think I'm overbearing?" "That's good." Luocho shook his head. "No matter what, Miss Long is still like this. It's easier to get used to it." I'll go check on Agile." Kelowna's Shinryu stood up, quickly leaving the living room, to escape from Luocho's sight. After she disappeared, Luocho withdrew his gaze, gently rubbing a string of beads on his wrist. After becoming the store manager, am I really restricted by the previous manager? Luocho frowned slightly. Logically speaking, the previous manager should have visited the store from the very beginning. Even if it wasn't the store, the previous manager should at least have visited it. But when did this kind of thought slowly faded away, and he even felt that it was natural. If Long Shirua didn't say so, he wouldn't even feel that there was anything wrong with it. The only thought he had was to find clues about the previous manager when he was ready. Prepare? What should he prepare? He seemed to have never thought about this question. His heart moved, and he instantly closed his eyes, connecting with the altar through the connection that even the existence of the dimensional crack couldn't cut off. Determine the information. Is there any restriction on me from the previous manager? Or is there any restriction on my thinking? Life points deducted successfully. Boss Luo felt his life points decreasing, and at the same time he received a response from the altar. Confirm. Sure enough, even though he received such a response, he was still very calm. He didn't feel any fear. Maybe it was because he didn't have such feelings, or maybe it was because he instinctively felt that even with this layer of restriction, it didn't seem to pose any threat to him. Remove. Almost without thinking too much, Luocho requested the altar to remove the restriction, but at this time his life points didn't decrease at all. Luocho couldn't help but frown, thinking for a while. Consume 50% of my remaining life points. Part of the restriction is removed. He calmly waited for a moment. There was still no ripple in his heart. Finally, time began to pass quickly on him, until half of his life points were deducted. The high-speed time flow stopped. But Luocho didn't feel any change in his body, and all his authority in the club was still the same as before. The only difference was that the desire to understand the previous one had suddenly become stronger. It was to the extent that the thought of searching for the previous one had become clearer. Time passed little by little, and the bead chain slowly rotated on his wrist. Luocho looked at the darkness of the courtyard outside. After a while, he slowly exhaled and suddenly said, "Miss Maria, are you awake?" The sudden voice made her, who was sitting on the other sofa with her eyes closed. Her eyelids twitched subconsciously, and then she opened her eyes a little, looking around cautiously. She propped herself up and sat up. Then she suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and covered her abdomen. It seemed that because of the severe pain, cold sweat seeped out of her forehead, and her face became pale. Luaccio looked over, and he knew that it was Maria who woke up this time. As for Teresa's soul, she was in a deep sleep. The sisters were switched back again. "Where am I?" Miss Witch, who was in inexplicable pain, asked weakly. "Just now, wasn't it?" She couldn't adapt to this bright living room. She should have been in the pit of bones before she fainted. "We're out of danger." Luaccio smiled. "Miss Maria, it seems that you and Miss Teresa didn't just exchange souls. Your bodies were also swapped at the same time. So you can see it. Wait for me first." At this moment, Miss Witch smiled bitterly, then put her palm into her collar, endured the pain caused by the movement, and then grabbed a small bottle from her collar. She drank the liquid inside. It seemed to be some kind of healing potion. "Why do I feel like my ribs are broken?" The painful expression on her face began to fade. After a few deep breaths, she returned to normal, stood up, and moved her body. "I feel much better. By the way, what is this place, little brother?" "In a villa in the Torito clan's farm." "Farm?" Miss Witch opened her mouth, then frowned, trying to recall what happened, but she found that the memory of the Zhong family was missing. Because Teresa was in a deep sleep, she couldn't get the information from her sister when she was in a deep sleep. But it seemed that they were out of danger. Miss Witch couldn't help but lower her head and ponder. Then she inadvertently saw Luaccio's gaze. She scratched her head and said, "Are you curious about what happened between me and my sister?" "I'm just a little curious." Luaccio smiled. "Of course, it's okay if you don't want to talk about it." She continued to grab at her messy hair. "Actually, it's not a big deal. It doesn't matter if I tell you. That's right, Teresa and I didn't just exchange our souls. We also exchanged our bodies. To put it simply, if I'm seriously injured now, but as long as it's Teresa, she will be fine when she appears. Similarly, even if she's injured, it's the same when I appear." What a wonderful symbiosis. Boss Luo carefully looked at her again. The information flashed in his mind like it was free. Before he had time to carefully analyze this information, Miss Witch in front of him suddenly narrowed her eyes and said with a playful smile, "In other words, I, your elder sister, have some parts of my body that can be developed twice in a row, and both times are the effects of virginity. I have a girlfriend." Boss Luo said casually. He had finished sorting out the information about this witch's special situation. It was the coexistence of two bodies on the space axis. Miss Maria looked helpless at this time, patting her forehead, and said, "What an unromantic boy." "Huh. Where's my craft paper bag head cover?" "This is bad. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS1. Thank you to the character. Heart is always calm for the reward. You gave Miss made a cute master. PS2. Thank you to the leader of Lemon Candy 2. PS3. Thank you to the accumulated cute master of 10U10 How. I hope to see you again. PS4. 26 minus 3 plus 2 plus 1 plus 2 is equal to 28. 28M.